All right, welcome to the 2023 ICF Canoe Freestyle World Championships Finals Day. We're here for the last day of the competition. I have Ed Wolverton here with the host organizing committee in Uptown Columbus. We're going to be bringing a little bit of a run up here to the event here. It is finals day for our men's and women's classes. It's been an amazing week of some really awesome paddling here on the Chattahoochee River in Columbus, Georgia. It's an amazing venue, one of the best freestyle venues I've been here. We've got lots of things happening all week, as well as the action. We've had some amazing athlete socials that have been brought here by the host organizing committee. We're over in the I forget what it's called, where you guys
Powerhouse?
Well, the Powerhouse, where we did the first athlete social, hosted by one of the local neighborhoods.
The Uptown Historic District.
Thank you, the Uptown Historic District, which was amazing. And then Whitewater Express had us over at the wintering grounds where all the kayakers have been hanging out the last little while. On the water, the action's been amazing. The men's C1 finals was one of the most amazing finals. Then the junior finals yesterday, and then men's quarterfinals, ladies quarterfinals yesterday. It's amazing. Those guys had their medal ceremonies yesterday for the juniors. It's a beautiful venue here at the Powerhouse. The action on the water has been some of the best we've seen. Some of the scores have been the highest we've seen in ICF competition. Good Wave has been an amazing venue. Today we have our men's and ladies semifinals, and then moving into finals where we'll be crowning the world champions for those, Ed. Introduce yourself, Ed. Who are you? What has happened to get us here in Columbus, Georgia?
Sure. So my name's Ed Wolverton. I'm with Uptown Columbus Incorporated. We're a nonprofit economic development group that also does events, placemaking. We also do supplemental services for our downtown district that focuses on clean and safe issues. And then the third leg of our operational stool is the Whitewater River. So we have a Whitewater operations that manages and controls any commercial operations on this river. And so between those three entities, I lead all of those, and then we put this event together as well.
And you have another big event going on this weekend. Tell us about that. Invite people to that for us.
Sure. Well, we have a host committee of about 30 civic leaders that began with us over 2.5 years ago to plan everything for this particular event. And one of the things we really wanted to do was make this more than just kayakers and people in the river. We wanted to do a big community celebration. So with that, we decided to do a major music festival on top of the competition. And so that's happening this weekend. So we've got national touring bands. Government Mule will headline on Sunday. Dawes, the band out of Los Angeles, will be headlining tonight. We have 13 different performers on 2 different stages. This is the first time Columbus has done anything of this scale in a generation. So we're really excited to leverage the ICF to make this a bigger community extravaganza for the entire region and community.
Thanks, Ed. That sounds amazing. I can't wait to hear some of the tunes. I heard some sound checks going on down there this morning. And we should be getting started here on the water in just a few minutes. As I said, we've got our semifinals and then our finals for men's and women's. We've seen some amazing rides out there, some of the highest scores we've seen so far. It's going to be amazing. I'm going to introduce our ladies commentators here in just a few minutes and get them up here so that they can bring you that action. I'd like to thank Ed and the HOC for putting on such an amazing show for us here this week. And I'm going to turn it over to our ladies commentators here in just a few seconds. Thanks, Ed.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to the action here in just a few minutes.
Good.
Anna, Gino.
Hello and welcome to those of you joining us on the live stream for the final day of competition and this 2023 ICF Canoe Freestyle World Championships.
I'm Anna Levesque from Mind Body Paddle.
And I'm Dino Rock.
And we are excited. It's a big day, Dino, isn't it?
It's a big day, finals day for the senior men's, senior women's. We have got a busy schedule of paddling looking to see the best of the senior women's and senior men's, starting with the semi-finals, which is a really tough event for these competitors.
It really is, right? They've got 2 rides, and their best one counts. And so they have two 45-second opportunities to move into the top 5 to secure a spot to vie for the medals.
Yeah, and in the quarterfinals for the women's yesterday, we saw some huge rides being scored. Ottilie Robinson-Shaw, the reigning world champion, qualifying in first place into the semi-finals with the huge scores, over 500 points, with a combined score of over 1,000 yesterday. So some big rides from her, but some great rides also from the likes of Hitomi, Sage Donnelly from Team USA, Emily Jackson. You know, I think it's going to be a great event to see what these athletes have in store for us today.
Yeah, absolutely. And not to mention, oh, hi everyone, just if you're joining us right now, here we are. I'm Anna Levesque from Mind Body Paddle.
And I'm Dino Rock.
From
the UK.
Yes, and competed in women's K1.
Yeah.
Yes. And so let's just read off the heat list for the women's semifinal round. So we have Olivia McGuinness from the United States going first, Anna Bruno from the United States, Annie Mukanen. We checked with the pronunciation. From Finland, Abby Holcomb from the United States, Heidi Walsh from Great Britain. Heidi just making it in with her final ride yesterday, which was pretty exciting. Valerie Bertrand from Norway also made it in. She was the only woman from heat number 1 yesterday who made it in. She really threw down, and she's been competing since 2001, took a break from freestyle and is back and just throwing down. So
absolutely huge ride from her yesterday, going for, first of all, they got the helix and then just kept throwing tricks to get an absolutely huge ride in to make it through to these quarterfinals. So let's hope she's got some more big moves for us today.
Yes, absolutely, with her son Noah cheering her on from the sidelines. And then we'll have Emily Jackson, no stranger to competition. With she essentially was born into paddling, and I would say born into competition. And then we have Sage Donnelly from the United States, Hitomi Takaku from Japan, and Ottilie Robinson-Shaw from Great Britain, who I think we can all agree is the one to beat.
Yeah, Ottie is the one to beat. She's the reigning world champion, having won on home turf in Nottingham in Twin Wave. But it was a completely different feature, absolutely completely different feature. Nottingham, it's a small, retentive, throwing down the whole moves, whereas here it's a big wave. And we've seen it's a really dynamic feature. Lots of really great competitors just getting flushed after a couple of moves, and we can see also that the dynamicness of that feature means that sometimes it's kind of closing in and making it hard for those paddlers to get to the top of the pole pile, to ride down and throw those really big tricks.
That's right, and those shoulders on either side of the wave are the sweet spots where you know you can throw big tricks. They're also the danger zones where you can either get smacked down or just catch that bubble and get pulled off. So they're looking to retain the feature for all 45 seconds because you can only throw tricks if you're in the feature.
Yeah, you can only throw tricks if you're in the feature. So flush is a real risk to avoid. But with these semi-finals, the reason why it's so difficult is paddlers are only getting these 2 rides. So you've only got 1 to throw away, and it's the biggest score that counts. So you can't play it too safe because we know that there are paddlers who can throw down really big rides, get some really big errant tricks. So you need to go big, but also you've only got 2 chances on a challenging feature.
That's right. So competitors are going to have to move quickly, and they're going to be looking for, as soon as they get on that feature, going for their first pass, hopefully throwing a big trick. The other, they want to set themselves up to where their first ride is a fantastic ride, because then it's not that they can relax, because everyone wants to best, because everyone's a high performer. Well, it's a lot easier, I would say, mentally, if you go out there, throw a fantastic first ride, and that builds your confidence.
Yeah, for sure. The pressure's really on. There's a big crowd out there, people coming to support, as well as people, back home watching on this live stream.
Yes.
So there's pressure on these athletes to get those good rides. I mean, we saw Heidi Walsh qualifying on her final ride with an absolute huge ride.
Yeah.
But, she went into that final ride not in a qualifying place. And she was still able to pull it out when she really needed to.
Yeah, that was exciting, and we're looking for more excitement today. And thank you all for tuning in. If you are just tuning in, here to cheer on your a favorite paddler, friends, family, welcome. We're excited to share this experience with you. We're here in Columbus, Georgia on the mighty Chattahoochee River for the 2023 ICF World Freestyle Kayak Championships. We've got water. We want to thank Georgia Power for releasing the water. There is a drought in the southeast right now, and they compressed the amount of water, not the amount of water, but the timing of the water. And so we're running on a more compressed schedule, which also is a little stressful, I think, for competitors and for everyone, all the volunteers. The organization has been moving so smoothly, and we really appreciate all the volunteers who are here, the judges, folks who are announcing. There are so many folks putting this event on and helping to make it run smoothly. So thanks to everyone.
Thank you to all of those who make it possible for us to have this competition. It's been a fantastic week of competition, and really looking forward to seeing, the very best of freestyle kayaking in today's semi-finals and finals. I just want to see every paddler do the best ride that they can. Like, yes, there can only be one winner in each of these competitions, but what I really hope is that those paddlers are able to go and come away with the best ride that they feel that they could put down and feel really pleased with their performance. It's been really challenging. As you say, we have had a drought, which means that also the team training, just prior to this competition, there were 5 days reserved for team training and really limited slots. So we're talking about an hour for about 30 paddlers to practice, meaning that paddlers were only getting like 3 rides a day to practice on this feature. Obviously, some of these athletes have had an opportunity to paddle here on Good Wave on the Chattahoochee River prior to the competition. But for a lot of paddlers, they've really had very limited time on the water. And so, being able to go and deal with the feature and how dynamic it is a real challenge. And I just really want every single athlete to have the ride of their life.
That's right. We're rooting for these athletes. We're rooting for these women. You can see up on the screen, you can see the start list. So again, Olivia McGuinness from the USA, Anna Bruno from the United States, Ani Mukanen from Finland, Abby Holcomb from the United States, Heidi Walsh from Great Britain, Valerie Bertrand from Norway, Emily Jackson from the United States, Sage Donnelly from the United States, Hitomi Takaku from Japan, and Audley Robinson Shaw from Great Britain. And you can see that the heat is not warming up, but getting on the water, getting into their boats. And you can see already, for those of you who are maybe haven't tuned in or you have been tuning in, you can see how swirly the water is. Just even being in that eddy, right? I mean, and ferrying out onto the wave can be stressful. And these women are ready.
Yeah, you could also see some people have been asking about the space hoppers. You just saw one as the Finnish paddler there was putting on her spray deck. It's kind of like an overthruster. A lot of these paddlers you'll see have got like kind of an airbag or even a real space hopper, like just the kind of the kid's toy that they put over their knees but underneath their spray deck, and it kind of puts a bulge in their spray deck. That's to stop the deck from gathering too much water when they go for tricks like the Pan Ams. Stops their decks from kind of capturing the water and giving them bigger air, hopefully, in the tricks that they're landing.
Yeah, you see the camaraderie there on your screen. You see Emily, Valerie, and Sage talking and looking relaxed, actually, and I love that camaraderie, folks hugging. So all of these women are rooting for each other to throw down their biggest rides because they want this competition to be exceptional.
Yeah, and I would love to see all of these paddlers put down some absolutely fantastic rides and do themselves proud with the kind of tricks that they can land in this feature. It's a big wave, so if you get it right, we've seen absolutely huge air in this competition. We've seen some really big tricks, but we've also seen some flushes from some really great paddlers, just showing how difficult it is out there on Good Wave on the Chattahoochee River.
Yeah, so they're ready. The judges are getting themselves seated. There are 9 judges. They're ICF trained and scribe. They're working with scribes, and sometimes it can go pretty quickly. The judges scoring, and on the bottom right-hand side of your screen on the live feed, you will see the score. And so if the judges give the trick, and remember the tricks, there could be big air, it could look amazing. The tricks have to be complete, right? They have to complete the maneuver, land in control, back into the feature for the trick to count. And so you'll see the score on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, and you can track that. There's also live results on the website that you can follow along and keep track.
Yeah, we're hoping for some big rides today. Coming into this in the quarterfinals, it was Ottilie Robinson-Shaw who threw down the biggest ride of the women's quarterfinals with a huge 550 in her final ride, but she still got 520 on her first ride. So the two highest scoring rides in yesterday's quarterfinals from Ottilie Robinson-Shaw. And then we saw a bunch of different paddlers getting in the high 300s.
And so looks like we are ready to go with Olivia McGuinness from the USA. She is a Southeast paddler. You can hear the crowd going wild, cheering her on as she drops into this feature, looking to throw down a big ride, establishing herself in a surf. She's looking in control.
Yeah, taking her time to get a good pass, waiting for the wave to go green. And there we go, straight in with a nice blunt to the left, moving it around, looking very comfortable and in control on that feature. Looks like that scored as a roundhouse with air, but she's going again for the right-hand side, trying to get that blunt going, looking very controlled on the wave, moving it around. Bit of a bounce on her boat, looking to get up onto the pile so that she can throw down and get some good edge on that boat.
Yeah, sometimes it's tough. Oh, there she goes, going for that blunt, and now she's setting herself up for a back blunt.
Very nice, very in control. Looking again for setting up for another back trick. Perhaps she wasn't happy, so going again for that back blunt. That's the buzzer for the first part of her ride. She's going to have see what the final score is for her first ride, but retaining well on the feature for the whole time, retaining almost too well on the feature. Looked like she was trying to get away off, but getting a good points in, some really nice tricks there, showing us what she can do.
Yeah, and she's got to feel good about that because she did throw some good tricks. She got some points on the board. Looks like her score is 183.33. So the other competitors know that they want to score higher than that and move up into those top 5 positions that they're vying for.
Nice one from Olivia McGuinness there from the USA. That 183 is higher than any of the scores that she got yesterday in the quarterfinals. So great first ride for her. I imagine she'll be happy with that. Her highest score yesterday was 136. But next up on the wave, we have Anna Bruno from the USA.
Oh, she can still make it. She's going to work hard. She's going to work hard to get over to that shoulder, and she does. Awesome. Going for that blunt right off the bat. She knows she doesn't want to waste any time recovering from that. Look, catching a little bit of an edge, coming back up, spinning it around.
Showing great control there to recover from that. We've seen that so many times in competition. It's a tricky eddy but she did really well to make it onto the feature and, quickly regaining that composure to start putting down the moves.
Yes.
Huge air blunt. That was absolutely beautiful. Unfortunately, just flushing there, but, peace sign from Anna, putting down some points nicely on her first ride.
Yep, and it looked like her unofficial score was 123. We'll see what the final score says. I am so happy that she recovered from catching her edge and flipping. That just goes to show the replay there of that nice blunt. It just goes to show that it takes a lot to recover from something like that. And she came back, another beautiful blunt, a little bit of air underneath that boat, as you can see, and what these athletes are going for.
Yeah.
They're going for the air bonus. Right, clean bonus.
Yeah, all those points add up. You get 50 points for a blunt, but add air to it and you're getting an extra 30 for an 80 overall for an air blunt. So really nice trick from Anna. Next we have Anni Mukanen out of Finland for her first ride in these women's semi-finals. Dropping into the wave now. Unfortunately, catching that curler on surface right. That has caught out so many paddlers.
It really has. And now there's the mental challenge of, coming to center for her as she walks back up, not letting it get to her. She can have a clean slate for this next run. Remember, this is the first run of 2 rides. The highest score of the 2 rides will count to move these women into the top 5 spots.
That's right. 10 paddlers will start the semi-finals, but we're looking for the top 5 to progress to the finals. Abby Holcomb looking for her chance to make it into the finals as she drops in for her first ride. What have we got from Abby?
Abby's spent a lot of time at this wave. I think her dad told me they've spent 7 winters here with her paddling, so she's very familiar with this feature. She likes to take her time. She knows exactly what score she needs to beat, and there she goes with a nice blunt to the right, going for that blunt the other way, catches an edge, rolls up. We'll see what the score comes in at for Abby.
She's claiming it. She's claiming it. Do you know what? I think the wave was kind of closing in on her, so you can see the patience, the coolness of Abby, not wanting to rush it, waiting for a good pass, going for that nice air blunt, going the other way straight off on the next pass, but unfortunately just catching an edge. But, she's a very cool competitor. I'm sure we're going to see so much more from Abby.
Yes, she has more to show, and she has 1 more ride, so we'll look forward to that. Next up is Heidi Walsh from Great Britain.
Heidi Walsh from Great Britain. She moved over to Canada in April this year, so she's been finding her way on the waves, both in the UK and in Canada. She had a huge 3rd ride in competition yesterday. This is actually her first time in a semi-finals, but let's hope she's got something good for us. So she drops in for her first ride.
Yeah, surfing around, going for a blunt, looks like maybe a roundhouse. We'll see what the judges give her. Getting a little stuck in the bottom of the foam pile. The athlete's nice, going for a blunt to the right, brings it back around, spinning it back around. These athletes are looking to get, going for, looked like maybe she was trying for a flashback there.
Yeah, I think she's looking for that flashback, but didn't quite like the pass, so turned it into a spin. Clever move from Heidi. Looking again for a move on the right. I think she wants to get that blunt. Currently not quite enough edge, but, she's still got time on the clock. Whoa! Going straight in for that donkey flip. She landed it yesterday. That was part of her big score from yesterday. So great courage from Heidi to throw that in, and real awareness of the time that she's got on the wave, making all that use of the 45 seconds and going for the big trick right at the end of her ride.
Yeah, she knew what she needed to do. She went for it, and we'll see what the judges say. It looked like she didn't retain the feature. That is the challenge, throwing those big tricks and retaining the feature. Right? It takes a lot of composure, knowing exactly where you are, taking that recovery stroke.
Yeah.
And next up we have Valerie Bertrand from Norway. She was ecstatic to make it into the top 10 yesterday. Her son Noah is here cheering her on. Alicia and Eric back home are cheering her on. She is looking for a big trick, goes for a big air blunt to the right. That was beautiful. She is on fire. Oh, tumbling. Can she recover? Not quite, but she looks like she's fired up. I bet she's going to come back second ride and show us some more moves.
This is the semi-final with only the top 5 competitors going through. Valerie going in with that beautiful air blunt, absolutely textbook. A wonderful move from her. Unfortunately, not able to keep going for the rest of the ride, but just showing us how great it can be on a wave. Like, that's a beautiful trick right there from Valerie.
So beautiful. Yes, we love to see that.
Next up, we have Emily Jackson from the USA. Absolutely no stranger to international competition. Emily Jackson, part of course, the Jackson kayaking dynasty, I would say.
Yep, her father competed in K1 men's. Her brother and her husband are both in the semifinals coming up after this. And here she goes. She is a paddler and competitor in her own right. So accomplished. Here she goes, dropping into the wave, going for a back blunt right off the bat.
Yeah, right off the bat, looking very controlled. Then going straight away.
Ooh,
do you know what? She had a blunt there. Looked like she was almost trying to turn that into a McNasty as she caught the edge. But great control to retain the feature. Looking very composed as she works it around. Looks like she's going again for that roundhouse to the right. Moving it around a bit, trying to get to the top of the foam pile to get a good pass. Going again for that nice backstab And then again to the other side.
That was beautiful back. Yes. And beautiful back blunts, going for that flip turn. She has 2 seconds left. Is she going to do anything else? Brings it around. That was an awesome ride for Emily Jackson.
So much in there, and you could see her giving it a go there with the helix, and also looked like she was going for an air screw right at the end. So plenty of tricks from Emily. It looked like she went for more tricks than she landed, but even so, it looked like she had about 370 points on the board, which is a really great score to throw down. She was really consistent yesterday in the quarterfinals. She had 3 rides all over 300 points.
Yep, and consistency matters in competition, right? Because that's how you make it through to every round, and that's what she wants to do, is make it through to the next round of 5, so she can vie for one of those medals. We know she wants it.
And you talked about kind of the mental aspects as well, like knowing that you've got a good ride, sets you in, takes that little bit of pressure off as you go into your final ride, because you've only got 2 rides in this semi-finals, and the best one counts.
That's right. And so she feels good. She wants to be at the top of that leaderboard.
Yeah, Emily Jackson currently sitting in first place with 365 points from that first ride, but looking to shake things up is our next competitor, Sage Donnelly from the United States.
Dropping into the feature, Sage wants to go big, going for a nice air blunt. We'll see what the judges say. Big back blunt. She is on fire, going for the blunt other way, spinning it around. She looks in control. Oh, big back Pan Am. Unfortunately, flushes on that big back Pan Am. Looks like score so far was 260. That would be enough to move her into the second spot for now.
Yeah, 260. She was getting beautiful air on those tricks, and they all add up, getting an extra 30 points for an air bonus on those blunts. You know, the score quickly ticks up just with a couple of tricks with those extra bonuses. So great first ride from Sage. You know, she was only on the feature for half the ride, but she managed to really throw it down. So, you know, again, taking the pressure off of her second ride. Let's see what she's got.
Yeah, and that's what these competitors want to do. They want to throw those big tricks right off the bat so they get those points on the board, and then, like you said, it builds confidence. And now we have Hitomi from Japan paddling out onto the wave. No stranger. She was the world champion in 2019, silver medalist in 2022, recovers from catching her edge. That was an awesome recovery there.
Awesome recovery. You can see how dynamic the feature is. She looks like she's got quite the crunchy feature, but still throwing a beautiful blunt to the right there. Very composed on the wave. It's looking like it's kind of thrashing around on her. She's got a bit of a difficult job moving it around at just this moment, but she's a very cool competitor. Huge back blunt, really perfectly vertical, very nice. Throwing it the other way as well for another back move. Getting those points, ticking up very nicely. Still got 10 seconds on the clock. What's she going for? Going for that air screw.
Oh, just flushes. That was an amazing ride, though.
Great ride.
Yeah,
great ride.
She is a beautiful paddle. She is so strong. These ladies are throwing down for us right now.
Yeah, throwing it down, and the wave was giving her some difficulty there. It's such a dynamic feature, so there is a little bit of kind of just what the water's doing and having to react. You can kind of plan a ride and have the moves in your head that you want to land, but you still got to really kind of go with the flow, as it were, and make the most. And Hitomi showing her experience, showing her expertise on the wave there as she reacted to what she was faced with, and throwing it down, getting a great first ride there. 240 for Hitomi for her first ride. But next up we have the one and only Ottilie Robinson-Shaw, the reigning world champion, dropping in for her first ride of these semi-finals.
And Ottilie is the one to beat. She is consistent. She goes big. She is strong. Looks like she's looking for that first pass. There she goes, looking for that right blunt, looking for blunt the other way.
Moving it around, like looking for a good pass here. She's taken her time. She knows that kind of a couple of really good tricks will, give her a really good chance of making it through to the final. Looked like she was going for the clean blunt to the left there. Going there for the air screw. Beautiful, beautiful trick. Setting it up very nicely now for a back move. I think usually she would be going for a back Pan Am, She had 2:46 on the board, which for most paddlers would be wonderful. I know Ottie's got more. She scored over 500 in 2 of her rides. So, you know, I know she's got more for us.
Yes, and there's a lot of pressure, and that's competition really is not just about the paddling, it's about the mind game. And we know that Audie has a strong mindset, and even the best paddlers can get nervous, and she looked a little stiff maybe. So right now on the screen we have our current leaderboard. We have Emily Jackson in first, Sage Donnelly in second, Audie in third, Hitomi in fourth, and Olivia in fifth. And Anna Bruno sixth, Valerie Bertrand seventh, Abby in eighth, Heidi in ninth, and Ani in 10th. And we know those bottom 5 women want to move up. They know they've got to throw down. They want to move up into those top 5 positions.
Yeah, that's right. And it's Olivia McGuinness with 186 points, who's currently sitting in that 5th position. So currently she's qualified, but you know, with the pressure from the other athletes, she's going to want to see what she can do in this second ride to increase her chances of making it through to the finals. Dropping in there for her second ride, what has she got in store for us?
Going for a big right blunt, looking good, setting herself up. She's taking her time, which can be a good strategy, going for a blunt the other way. Looks like maybe a roundhouse, trying to get that blunt to the right. Sometimes I get my right and lefts mixed up, but nice, there she gets it.
There we go, that's the right blunt. Sometimes throwing these paddlers, you'll see they're kind of throwing down even just a roundhouse. Partly they're getting points on the board, but also it helps to move them up the feature as well. There she is looking for that backstab, and then the wave is just greening out, so perhaps giving her an opportunity to get another pass. She's up to 175 points on that second ride. So her first ride was 183, so it looks like that score will stand, and she'll have to kind of sit nervously in the alley waiting to see the other riders. She is currently in 5th place, but beautiful air blunt right off on that second ride. Really beautiful trick, great ride.
Yeah, beautiful paddling. And now Anna Bruno knows that the score to beat is 183.33, and so she's going to look to beat that so she can move into the top 5.
Yeah, Anna Bruno currently sat in 6th position. She'll be looking to improve that as she drops in for the second ride. Only 2 rides in these semi-finals, with the best ride counting. Top 5 athletes will go through to the final, which is taking place later today. So this is Anna Bruno now on good wave on the Chattahoochee River.
Spinning it around, she's working that corner. Again, that corner, going for the right blunt, surfing it around. That corner can be dangerous, and she's working it. She knows that that's where you can throw some big tricks, is on those corners. She's moving around the wave. She is a dynamic paddler. She keeps it moving. Oh, tumbles. Can she recover? She is on the edge. Nice work, Anna. Coming back in, looking for that back blunt. She's looking for that back blunt and surfs herself off the wave. We'll see what, I didn't see the score at the bottom, but we'll see what score comes in for Anna.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Anna's going to improve on her first ride, in which she did 123, but showing great control on the feature. We saw her great recovery in the first ride, where she had a quick roll to make it onto the wave, and again, working her way around that feature. You know, just great athlete, showing what's possible on a wave. From Anna. So even if she doesn't make it through to the finals, I think she can hold her head up high in this competition.
Absolutely. She was the alternate for the U.S. Freestyle team. She didn't even think she would be here, so she calls this bonus worlds for her.
Bonus worlds into the semi-final. Next up, we have Anni Muukanen from Finland, dropping in for her second ride. Hoping to get a good ride, as she didn't have a great first ride and flushed off, but there she is straight away, looking for that first blunt to the right, 50 points on the scoreboard. Looking like she's going, there we go, for the blunt to the left.
Ooh,
whoa, straight
yes.
in with a helix.
The crowd is going wild.
Wow. Huge cheer. I can see Visa, the K1 men's paddler, in the corner of my eye. He was jumping with excitement with that move. Great trick from Annie. Still 15 seconds on the clock. 180 points on the board, which is going to really push up her score. But we need a few more points. Wow.
She needed just a few more points to make it into that top 5.
Wow. What a ride. What a beautiful, beautiful helix. We can see it here on the replay. You know, great trick, great control, making it back. You can see she's really far surface left, but is retaining the feature really nicely afterwards. To land that in a semi-final, the pressure is on. You know, what a great show from the Finn.
Absolutely. Next up, we have Abby Holcomb. Her first ride was 70 points. She needs 183.33 to move up into the top 5. We have lots of folks. Her parents are here cheering her on. Team USA cheering her on. We know she's got more to show us.
Yeah, big cheer from the crowd as Abby Holcomb drops onto good wave. 70 points on the board so far. There we go, straight away with a really nice air blunt to the left, looking very controlled, making the most of her time on the wave. Going again for the right blunt, retaining it nicely, dropping back onto the feature, moving it around, looking for that safe space between, you know, you've got big shoulders where you can set up, but also a flush risk. Looks like she wants to set up for a big back trick, using her time. She's going to hear the 10-second to go buzzer, so that'll be her signal to kind of give it everything she's got. Come on, Abby, what have you got for us? Going for that big back blunt, but unfortunately not catching it. You know, fist pump in the air. Thank you, Abby, for giving us a great show of what you can do in a kayak on a wave.
Yes, that was, she fist bumped. This is her first year in the women's division. She was a junior world champion at the last World Championships. This is a whole new ball game for her, competing with the women. She says she's competing with her heroes, so it adds an extra element. And so Abby has a lot more to, we'll see Abby again in competition. Sure. She is an exceptional paddler.
She's an exceptional athlete, and also such a great part of the kayaking community out here, you know, really cheering on her competitors. So look forward to seeing more from Abby in the future. But next up, we have Heidi Walsh from the UK. Heidi says, I like kayaking. That was her bio. So best of luck for Heidi as she drops in for this second ride, going straight in with a beautiful blunt to the right, moving it around.
So she knows she has to beat 183.33 points to make it into the top 5, and we know she can do it. We'll see if she can pull it out. Going for another blunt, bringing it around, spinning it around, trying to position herself at the top of the foam pile. Going for a back blunt. We'll see what the judges say. The score is going up. So nice, beautiful right blunt off the corner. Oh, she's done it. She's done it.
She's done it, and she's going for the donkey flip right at the end.
Crowd is going wild. Look at Heidi.
Heidi looks really stoked with that. Like, yeah, look at it.
She is happy. She is happy with that.
When the pressure's on, she pulls it out the bag.
I know, just like she did yesterday. You see that beautiful backstab from Heidi on the replay. Look, she looks in control. There is that donkey flip, bringing it around, staying in the feature.
And straight away the facial expression. That is absolute stoke and excitement from Heidi Walsh. Team GB, congratulations for Heidi for landing such a brilliant ride. That's lots of points on the board. Just waiting for that score to come in for us to see what Heidi got from that second ride. But it looked pretty good. So she'll be sitting in the eddy waiting to see those scores come in and see if she's got a place in the top 5.
And yes, and in these rounds, the competitors are waiting also to see the score. So for instance, Valerie, everyone's waiting to see what score, or the women who are not yet qualified at the top are waiting to see the score that they need to beat to move into that 5th position.
Yeah, Heidi coming in with 261, so she's currently in 2nd place actually. But Valerie Bertram from Norway is dropping in for her second ride. She's 120 now, so not yet qualifying, but we saw her throw it down in quarterfinals. So love to see what she's got. Going straight in there, looking like she was going for a roundhouse. Didn't quite like the look of it, so pulled it back around. Looks like she wants to set up on that shoulder. Risky spot.
Risky.
But, whoa! No. Go big or go home. There she was, setting up for the helix.
She went for it. She flushed. I know she is. I know she wanted to get into the top 5, and I know she is excited with a top 10 finish here at the World Championships. What an accomplishment!
Yeah, all of these athletes in these semi-finals have done such an amazing job to qualify to get to this position. It's a big wave. It's a big competition, the pressure is on, and it's just so wonderful to see these athletes showing us, what is possible in a small kayak on a big wave on the Chattahoochee River.
That's right. And you'll notice also that all of these women are in carbon kayaks, and instead of or not all of them, but most of them, the carbon kayaks are stiffer and lighter, hopefully looking for bigger air as Emily Jackson paddles out for her final ride in these semifinals, currently sitting in first place, which is an excellent position to be in. And so she is going to try and best that score just because that's what Emily does.
Why not? You've got 365 points on the board, but Emily will be looking to see what she can do, almost like a practice for the finals. There we go. Beautiful blunt to the right, moving it around, going for that backstab in the same directions. Going again, looking perhaps for a back Pan Am there. It was so almost over vertical. Moving it around on the surface left, looking to set up again for a back trick. Emily seems really strong on these back tricks,
She loves them. They're her favorite. Yeah.
And they're working for her, clearly.
Yeah. That's right. Another big back blunt from Emily.
Oh, I think she wants the helix. That's what she's going for.
Oh, yes, right before the buzzer. Not sure if that's going to count, but she went for it.
Yeah.
Emily very strongly in first with that first ride. We'll see. I know that other women would like to beat that. Everyone coming up will be trying to position themselves as high on top of the leaderboard as possible for the final round.
Yeah, I think so. And currently then we have Emily Jackson qualified in first place, Heidi Walsh in second, Sage in third, Otti in fourth, and Hitomi in fifth. So some great rides that we've seen from these competitors. And I think that's going to be our top 5.
That's right.
That's going to be our top 5.
Yeah, I think you're right.
If I can have a brief moment of not being impartial, Heidi's made it to the final.
Oh, I know, it's so excited. And so has Sage Donnelly. Sage Donnelly coming in. It looks like she has qualified, so she is going to throw down. Well, she doesn't have any pressure, going for a big blunt to the right. Again, as you said, Dino, this can count as a practice ride for finals.
Yeah, Sage already in third place with 260. She had some even bigger rides earlier in the competition. We've seen some great tricks from her. So let's see what she can do. 20 seconds still on the clock. But, great to go down for your second ride already having qualified.
Ooh. Oh, nice recovery from
Very nice
Sage.
recovery.
Her stern just caught. It looked like a surge. Going for that helix. She is doing a great job of retaining the feature. She's got 2 seconds left. Going for the helix the other direction and stays on the wave. So we'll see what score comes in for Sage, but she is comfortably qualified so far in third place. We know that Hitomi and Audie will be trying to move up on that leaderboard.
Yeah, and although these last two athletes have already qualified, where you qualify dictates the order for the final. So there's a kind of a tactical advantage. If you qualify in first place, then you run last in the final. You already know what your competitors have put down, and that gives you that knowledge of what tricks do you need to pull out of the bag to get on the podium.
And here comes Hitomi. She knows what she wants to do. She is a seasoned competitor, an excellent paddler, and here she comes catching the feature. Looks like she's taking her time to set up, going for a blunt to the right.
Yeah, blunt to the right. I think she's getting air bonus on that one as well. 80 points on the board just from that one trick from a really nice blunt. Unfortunately, catching the curler there, that is a weak spot. So many competitors have, and even the very best, the Hitomi Takakus of the world still find themselves catching that corner sometimes.
That's right. you know, competing in whitewater kayaking is one of the only sports where you're competing with the venue moving underneath you. That is, right? It takes a lot of skill. Mountain bikers don't have to do that. Rock climbers don't have to do that. Basketball players don't have to do that.
But can you imagine what basketball, tennis, or soccer would look like if it was? Do you know what I mean? There's a whole new sport.
A whole new sport, that's right.
Yeah. So here we have Ottilie Robinson-Shaw, the reigning world champion. She has already qualified with 250 points, but knowing Ottie, the kind of competitor she is, she doesn't want to just qualify. She wants to show what she can do and really showcase the very best of freestyle. And that's what we want for you as well, Ottie, in the last run of these semi-finals. Ottie going in with a big air blunt to the left.
Oh, yes.
Wow, going straight for that air screw. Beautiful execution from Ottie. Moving it around on the wave, looking to set up. Looks like she wants to set up for a back trick, but you know, you have to adapt to the feature and what you're finding. Yep, looked like she wants to go for a back trick. She knows that if she can score big, then she gets huge air bonuses on so many of these tricks. Going for the blunt to the right, little kind of opportunistic move from Ottie there as she goes, that's
Beautiful.
it. That's the big back Pan Am. Ottie seems to love that trick. She was throwing it in the C1 as well earlier this week.
Oh,
wow.
Going for the pistol flip.
Yeah.
Oh, and she retains the feature.
Oh my goodness. There we go. Going for the helix. Going for the helix.
Wow.
Wow.
Great ride from Ottilie Robinson-Shaw. And from the score that last appeared on the screen, it did look like, oh, there's that air screw. She is so good at those air screws. I mean, and there's the big air back blunt.
Yeah, back Pan Am there from Ottie. What a ride. What a competitor.
Okay, now we see
some
excited
semi-naked men on screen.
Yeah, maybe we...
We're just waiting for the final score from Ottie's second ride. But we know who's qualified. We're just waiting for the confirmation of the score so we can give you the order of those. We know that it's in 5th place. It's Hitomi Takaku from Japan in 5th with 240. And we know, there we go, there's the confirmation that we wanted. So Ottie has qualified in 1st place with 493 points. Emily Jackson in 2nd with 365. Heidi Walsh, I know she's going to be stoked. I'm stoked too. 261 for Heidi. Sage Donnelly, great ride, 260, and Hitomi with 240. Those 5 paddlers are your finalists for this women's K1. But congratulations to all of our athletes in today's semi-final. What great paddling.
Fantastic paddling. That was really exciting. And all of these ladies threw down for us. Top 10 in the world.
Wow.
Yeah, that is an accomplishment. And the women's finals will be later today. And so the women's finals will be later today, and so be sure to come back and tune in to that. It's going to be exciting. We're going to have those top 5 paddlers vying for the medals. And in finals, each competitor will have 3 rides, and the best score counts. And so it gets exciting because the energy can build, and they can start getting bigger and bigger scores, so you don't want to miss that. And coming up next will be men's K1 semifinals, which we're going to see some big rides, I bet.
Yeah, so much action happening here on Good Wave at the Chattahoochee. It's been such a great competition. That semi-final was so exciting. I just loved seeing those paddlers throwing down some great moves, showing what's possible in the kayak. Super inspiring paddling from all of them. I can't wait for the final. I can't wait.
I know. Can you tell we're excited?
I'm really excited. It's just so wonderful to see paddlers get good rides, get them to score the tricks that we know that they can do. They haven't had much time to train. It's a really challenging feature, and it's just amazing to see some of the tricks, some beautiful air on those rides, great helixes, that back Pan Am from Ottie is such a classic move from her. She makes it look easy, but I know she really puts the effort in. So it'll be great to see all of those top 5 paddlers going into the final and competing against each other for a place on that podium.
Absolutely, and now they're gonna get their mental game ready for the finals, right? Because it's not just the paddling skill that goes into competition; it's the strategy, it's the mindset, it's the paddling skill, it's the wave. We saw a few folks, get pulled off the wave. A few folks get caught up on the eddy line, even leaving the eddy. So they want to prepare themselves to to come back and show us what they've got.
Yeah, absolutely. It's technical, obviously, in terms of the skills that you need to move around on the wave, but it's such a mental game as well. 45 seconds, you've got a big crowd out there, you know, cheering you on, cheering on your competitors as well. You want to do your best, you want to showcase the best of what you can do and all the stuff that you've been training and practicing on. But there's such a limited amount of time, you've got a really dynamic feature. So it's definitely a mental game as well, to be able to get that focus, that composure. If you rush on your first ride, if you flush on your first ride, you can come back and score big. We've seen that before.
Yes.
We saw that from Heidi in the quarterfinals. We saw that so many times in this competition.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday in junior men actually as well. I think someone had to get a ride to slide into that 5th spot. So it keeps it exciting. Coming up next, I just want to read off the men's semifinal heat list. We're going to be signing off. Dino and I are going to be signing off here in a moment, but the men's semifinals is coming up. Would you like to read?
Yeah, it's Tomasz Klopinski from Poland. Wiza Rachula from Finland, Mathieu Domelin from France, Alan Ward from Great Britain, Hayden Voorhees from the United States, Nick Troutman from Canada, David McClure from Ireland, Tom Doley from France, Mason Hargrove, local paddler from here in Phoenix City in the United States, and Dane Jackson, the reigning world champion, also from the United States. They're all up in the men's semi-final, which is coming up next on the live stream.
So thanks for tuning in to the women's semi-final. I'm Anna Levesque from Mind Body Paddle.
And I'm Dino Rock.
And thanks for listening. We'll be back in just a moment with the men's K1 semis. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back to the 2023 Canoe Freestyle ICF World Championships. My name is Zachary Zwanenberg of the Canadian national team, and I'm going to be joined here in just a minute by Anna Bruno. We are moments away, waiting off to kick off the men's kayak semi-final. That will be starting at 12:35, so in just about 10 minutes here. But in the meantime, we just watched an absolutely incredible and exhilarating women's kayak semifinals, as we also now know who will be competing later today in the finals. Those paddlers are Hitomi Takaku in reverse seed order, Sage Donnelly, Heidi Walsh of Great Britain, Emily Jackson of the United States, and Audley Robinson-Shaw of Great Britain.
Yeah, really exciting. Ooh, excuse me, that mic was very close to my face. Really exciting semifinal. You know, the women have been competing around that 1 o'clock hour of the day. And to go around 11:45 this morning, the water only got started releasing about an hour and a half ago. And I can tell you, you drop on and the wave felt really different. And so great job to all the women out there just absolutely making the most of that greener wave and throwing down. Fun to see Sage Donnelly back competing in freestyle, as she hasn't been out competing for the U.S., I believe, since sort. And so awesome to see her out there shredding. She did win the junior world champion on Wave Worlds. Hitomi, just what a powerhouse and a legend. Heidi Walsh out of the Great Britain, you know, she spent all summer up on the Ottawa working on her tricks, and you could really see her progression in her paddling over the last 12 to 14 months. And then Audie Robinson-Shaw and Emily Jackson probably need no introduction, but just two of the most consistent, strongest women on the wave. But well done. Check back in later this afternoon for their final. But right now, we are here getting ready for the men's semi-final round. So we've got 10 paddlers, 2 rides, 45 seconds each. The top single scoring ride counts. Top 5 paddlers move on into that final. These paddlers are ranked in reverse order from their finish yesterday. And so our first up, I'm Anna Bruno. Hello, welcome for those of you that are just joining us. We're underway here.
And I'm Zachary Zwanenberg of the Canadian national team.
That's right, we're getting the men's semi-final underway. So our first paddler today is going to be Thomas Kaplinski of Poland, Visa Rekola of Finland, Mathieu Dumoulin of France, Alan Ward of Great Britain, Hayden Voorhees of the United States, Nick Troutman from Canada, Dave McClure of Ireland, Tom Dole of France, Mason Hargrove, and of course, Dane Jackson. Zach, what are your thoughts on this competitive theme? Are we going to see any upsets today?
I think there's always a chance of upsets, especially on good wave here. It's a very tricky feature, a lot of dynamics to the wave, especially as the feature continues to evolve throughout the day, even throughout a single finals or semifinals in this case. However, I do think we've seen at least 2 people score rides that currently don't look like they're touchable at the moment.
Yeah.
And those are the current leaders of the United States, Dane Jackson and Mason Hargrove.
But let's not forget that Tom Dole did put down the highest scoring rides in the quarterfinals. So, you know, there is a lot of room, I think, to see who could be in one of those top 5 spots. I do think you're right. I think it would be unusual to see Dane or Mason not make it in. But let's not forget, at the World Cup, we did watch Mason and Dane each miss one ride.
100%, and anything can happen here, especially on a day there's a lot more than just being out there on the wave in the competition. You have the stress. Now you're in that. You're getting closer and closer to those medal spots, closer and closer to that potential podium, and that can do a lot, good and bad.
It's been a big week of competition, right? We started things off on Monday with the squirt. We then moved on. We had the women's quarterfinals, we had the C1, we had the OC1, and a lot of these athletes have been competing in multiple events. And even if you're not, it's challenging to keep the energy, keep the motivation, keep that headspace for the entire week.
Yeah, 100%. And it just goes to show how the level of all the athletes that are here at this event, making it this far throughout the week, training non-stop from throughout the entire year to lead to these moments. So yeah. I'm excited to see what we're going to see out there on the wave today.
Me too. For those of you watching at home, we're on the Chattahoochee River, which actually forms the border between Columbus, Georgia and Phoenix City, Alabama. These 2 cities have played an amazing host to us here this week. Phoenix City hosting the opening ceremonies, Columbus, Georgia basically providing the island, which we are standing on, Wave Shaper Island. There's also a music festival happening this weekend, so if anyone's around locally in the area, come and try and grab tickets to that, because there's a really exciting lineup happening. I actually know nothing about music, that's just what I've been told.
Yeah, there's some exciting, I don't know the exact names, but I had to listen to them on Spotify before coming here, and it's going to be cool. The music festival is called Rush South.
Yeah.
If you're in the area and looking for something to do, not only is there...
look at this beautiful mural on the Riverwalk here. You can see the music festival tent set up just up there, right above from Columbus State University. So, yeah, fantastic place to come visit anyway.
Yeah, 100%. Come down here and watch the finals. Finals will be happening all day today until around 2:30, 3 o'clock. So if you're in the area, come down and check it out. If not, we're happy to have you here on the live stream, joining us from anywhere you are in the world. It's awesome to be here with you.
Yeah, all of you who are going back and watching it even after the fact, we love you. Thank you for the support. These athletes, thank you for the support. You know, it's self-funded. It's hard. It's not easy to get to this level or to get to this point of being a world champion or being at a world championship.
Yeah, it's an incredible feat.
Yeah. If you're curious about the Chattahoochee River, this water is generously provided to us from Georgia Power. It releases out of the North Highlands Dam. I've been told the secret sauce to know the level is the North Highlands Dam release plus an estimated base of the pool height plus the base flow of water just naturally in the river. So we were fortunate enough to get some rain this week, and that has actually brought that base flow up. So again, as you said, Zach, dynamic feature, and it has been changing every day.
Yeah, 100%. And on top of Georgia Power, there's so many other people that we have to thank for this event that do absolutely above and beyond what anybody has to do to help support our incredible sport. Some of those include the WC Bradley Company, which was founded in 1885. It's a privately owned company headquartered in Columbus, Georgia. The business comprised the following companies: Charbroiled, Lamplight, Badlands, and WC Bradley Co. Real estate: WC Bradley Co.'s worldwide headquarters are located on the Chattahoochee River right here in the historic uptown Columbus. in the renovated buildings dating from 1885. And that's really cool around this area.
There's tons of history.
All the absolutely incredible old buildings that are being not just torn down, but reused into like.
Yeah, they've been repurposed, really revitalized this
city.
entire area. It's such a, you can kind of see the brick buildings there in the background of our international walkway. We've also got Global Payment Systems, or TSYS, who's dedicated to powering commerce for every business everywhere. So we are incredibly lucky to also have Synovus, who's a full-service, top-performing mid-cap bank. And they have been named one of Newsweek's most trustworthy companies. Aflac, you know, remember the commercials with the duck?
100%, yeah.
So a fantastic insurance company. I think that Nomas needs no introduction, and we could not be happier to have their support here.
Another one that needs no introduction is the Coca-Cola company. I think this is
Yeah.
actually incredible to see these companies coming out and supporting what is really realistically a relatively small company.
It's true. The Coca-Cola History Museum is just down the road here in Columbus, Georgia. I believe Coca-Cola was founded in this area, and so to see them supporting this area's new growth, the revitalization, excuse me, that's a hard word to say today, revitalization that's come with renovating the river here. You know, only as little as 20 years ago, there was a big dam here. It wasn't until they took that dam out and kind of brought some people in, brought engineers in to say, hey, how do we make use of this for our town? That things really started to kind of change out here. I love paddling here because, you know, you're out in the wave and then like there's someone taking a wedding photo shoot out on the island and there's someone walking their dog and you're like, there's someone having a picnic. You're like,
you have someone getting beat down in one of the holes in the background.
And they're like, what is this sport? If you, oh my God, what is it? There's a video, as we wait for Tomas to get that thumbs up from Paul Shep there. There's a video out there of Hunter Kadich kayaking in a massive storm when the Chattahoochee River was at huge flows, and there's a newscaster with an umbrella, and he says, y'all are certifiable lunatics. And I think that really does sum up this sport well. So certified lunatics, but we're happy to be here.
We're very happy certified lunatics.
Yeah.
It looks like we're very close to kicking off this men's semifinal here. They're setting up in the eddy. Currently there you see Thomas Sotyski of Poland in that baby blue boat getting ready for the thumbs up. He's going to be our first paddler, and right next to him is Visa of Finland, one of our only Finnish paddlers to make it into the semifinal. But I've seen him score absolutely huge rides, and I know he's got more to show us in the next couple of
100%. Powerful, explosive tricks. Visa of Finland next to him, I believe, this is already his best ever world's finish, and he's going to be looking to improve on that. I love, we talked about the stress, yet somehow I see Dane Jackson and Hayden Voorhees just chilling out in that couch there. They do not look stressed. They look the opposite. Very comfortable.
All.
For Jody and Mike, Hayden's parents, big shout out to you. For all of the Finnish paddling community, it's so amazing to see the growth that you've had. To the amazing XXX Finnish paddler on Instagram, I apologize. I thought you were here. It turns out I just wanted you to be here in my heart. But if you guys haven't seen him, give him a follow. There's some amazing waves out in Finland. Tomas Kaplinski traveling all over the world to train and paddle. Just really incredible to see the variety of countries that we have had here in these semifinals.
And speaking of Finnish paddlers, there's actually been one of a few new records that's been placed at these events so far, with Oni Aronen yesterday in the junior men's getting the first Finnish medal ever in the ICF Freestyle Canoe World Championships.
Yeah, we've got about just 2 minutes here before we kick things off. And yeah, I mean, huge congratulations to Oni and to all the juniors who paddled yesterday. Tomas's partner Zosha earned the first ever medal in C1 for Poland earlier this week in the women's C1 category.
And then juniors continued breaking new records, with Tim Ries of Germany becoming the first junior man to win 2 consecutive world championships, oddly, obviously having claimed that first in the junior women's category.
No. Oh, yeah, Audie, yes, excuse me. I thought you said Tim had, and I was like,
no.
What? Yeah. Excuse me. I was like, wait a minute, Zach.
Yeah, and then Sophie Gilfillan of Canada getting Canada's first ever junior women's medal.
So amazing. So what an incredible week we've had here so far. We are on our final day of the ICF 2023 World Championships here in Columbus, Georgia, and Phoenix City, Alabama. We are just minutes away from the start of our men's kayak surface semi-final round. 10 paddlers, 2 rides each. and one score will determine who is going to make the cut into that top 5. We've seen big rides from every single paddler on this screen all week. We've got a slightly greener wave than we've had a little bit earlier on, thanks to a little bit of a higher base flow, a little bit of an earlier start, and I think there's going to be some beautiful passes, and I'm excited to see what these men can do with that wave.
Yeah, 100%. We saw some absolutely massive rides over the last few days, and you know, we like to try to make kind of like a prediction on the bar to make a cut. I'm kind of wavering for this one based off what we've seen for close to the 1100 mark for the cut for the top 5.
I agree. I think you're going to need, I think at the very, very bare minimum, a 900, and I think it's going to be higher than that. So I think anywhere between 900 and 1100 will be that cutoff. And you know, that sounds like a big point range, but the reality is that one big trick with a huge bonus could make or break the difference on who makes it into that top 5.
Yeah, silly flip, for example, trophy 3. There's your 200 points.
I think they are not actually scoring a silly flip. They are not. That was actually shared from the judges into the team managers meeting. But Tomas Kaplinski starting it off, looking to go for that air screw, and oh my God, nightmare.
Just flushing off that left shoulder. It is a scary one. Both of us having been on this feature, we know exactly how terrifying that place is.
Yeah, and I tell you, I dropped onto it this morning and I said, oh, this wave feels very different than yesterday. And you know, there's been such limited practice time. We've really only been able to have water for the hours of the competition. And so, you know, you're kind of going in blind every day. You warm up, you paddle around, you maybe take a couple of rides on great wave downstream or ambush upstream if you're lucky to go in the afternoon. But, you know, you've really just got to adapt and go on the fly.
Yeah, next up here we have Visa of Finland setting up for his first ride here in the semifinals.
That's right.
Expecting some big stuff right off the bat here as he catches right into the sweet spot of good wave, starting off with a huge left Pan Am, massive air on that, going for the back Pan Am the other direction, but unfortunately a little bit of a edge catch, and he's gonna have to call it for that first ride. Luckily,
you could see that edge catch, and I thought he was gonna save it there, and
yeah, it's a scary one, and these semifinals, it's only 2 rides. That's the terrifying part here.
It's high pressure. It is high pressure. And again, this, you know, it's a slightly different feature, and these guys are looking to go big, right? There's not, you know, you might be trying to say, okay, I'm going to try and put down one semi-conservative ride. I think the cutoff's going to be around this. I'm going to try and get at least an 800, 900. And then next ride, I'm going to go huge. And then maybe you're like, I'm going to go huge on my first ride. And so it's interesting to see the strategy that each competitor chooses to use. But this is not a round where people are holding back.
No, 100%. This is a round where each paddler is going for the biggest moves they can go. They need to score huge points. And to get all of the points they need in 45 seconds, there's no option but to throw big. That's all you can do.
You need those bonuses. You need the air. You need the cleans. You need the huge if you want to be in this top 5. So right now, Mathieu Dumoulin of France, hailing out of Glenwood Springs, Colorado, a new dad, longtime French team member, starting it off with that beautiful air screw and dropping that edge perfectly to carve back into the sweet spot, going for that conservative blunt moves, but still getting the air on those tricks, then going right into the helix. You can see how much he travels on that and how much he's having to work his way back over as he goes for that Pan Am, maybe a donkey flip to the other direction, right into the next helix. Huge Pan Am. This is a fantastic starting ride for Mathieu.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible. Unfortunately, getting that flush on that Pan Am on that right shoulder, but it happens. He threw down a lot of points. This is his first ride, and based off of so far, just getting a decent ride right now feels so important.
It does, and you know, that has to raise the morale of the other competitors too. They've got to have watched Visa and Tomas, both really talented paddlers, not have hit their rides and been like, uh-oh, and then to see Mathieu, you know, throw down, it kind of settles the nerves for everyone, I think.
Yeah,
when you,
including the paddlers that just came out. You know, you go back, you see it's like, okay, it's still something, it's still attainable, it's something, we got this for the next ride.
Exactly,
yeah.
Exactly. So while we're waiting for that score to come in there, another shout out to the Columbus Sports Council, who's here working to foster economic development in the city of Columbus and helping facilitate local sporting events like this World Championship, as well as Salt Life, which is a brand that originated as a decal and now has sold over 2 million of them to loyal customers. They're actually a shop here on that Broadway stretch, but right now I'm not about that salt life, but all about that river life with Alan Ward from Great Britain. Alan having some great consistent rides yesterday, starting it off with a huge air screw, going right into the donkey flip the other direction, and then catching that edge. Zach, oh my gosh.
Yeah, if you can see my face right now, this is scary so far. This is terrifying. We've seen, again, it's those high risk, high reward, and sometimes the reward you don't get the reward. It's the risk just overtakes, and this has been...
Yeah, we're really seeing competitors just be a little bit surprised by the pace of this wave today.
100%.
Alan, coming out of living right near Hurley, which is one of the freestyle hubs in Great Britain, really talented wave and whole boater, and you could just see that expertise and skill, and then sometimes it's just like, what just happened?
Yeah.
Happens to all of us. All right, next up, Hayden Voorhees out of Boise, US of A, rocking that Kayak Brewing wrapped Hobson kayak. Hobson helping make those carbon boats for out of that Jackson Rockstar 5. And what's Hayden got for us? Let's see.
It looks like he's starting off right into a helix, right helix. Maybe he's looking to go for the other direction. Just choosing not to go is a little too close to that corner. Going for air screw, just managing to get back in, going air screw immediately the other direction. There's that helix to the left. Now that's already 4 absolutely massive scoring points. Beautiful left Pan Am, massive air on that. Wouldn't surprise me if we saw some big bonuses into the backstab.
Let's go Hayden as he goes for that blunt, looking for that McNasty. Hayden actually leaving just before Worlds to go take a test to become a firefighter for Boise, and then still out here. Oh my God, air screw, the other direction, maybe a Pan Am. He's trying to get the crowd to cheer. He's like, bring it up, bring the scores up. Solid ride for Hayden with room for improvement on some of those tricks. So that is a good spot for Hayden to be saying, look at that textbook helix. So much air under that boat, bow swinging all the way around back upstream, and then able to set up right into his next trick off of that move. So beautiful control, great air from Hayden. He's been on the team as a junior and just, I think, one of the most talented all-around paddlers out there on the water. He ran his first North Fork lap, the North Fork Payette, at like 11 years old.
Wow, that's something I still have yet to do.
Thank you. One of the preeminent, most notorious whitewater runs in the U.S. And so he is no stranger to performing under pressure, and neither is Nick Troutman.
Yeah, Nick Troutman has been on this scene for so long. He is a father, he is a paddler, he is an absolute athlete, and someone who's super encouraging to be on the water with, also an incredible fellow teammate. So that's something awesome to say.
He is, Nick having his podcast, The Art of Awesome, in which he interviews different people and who are excelling in their kind of passion or career. And so, Nick, longtime Jackson team member, paddling that Dreamboats kayak made by Stephen Wright, so much glitter. Can he throw it down? Starting off with that air screw to the left, going right into maybe repeating that trick, trying to get more air out of that. So hopefully getting a donkey flip as well as the air screw. Going for the blunt, setting it up nice and conservative as he goes right into the back blunt. Nick spending tons of time on the Ottawa River where he grew up, as well as the big waves of stakeout, donkey flip, air screw the other direction. Going right into the Pan Am. Oh my gosh, bobbling that edge and then just missing the retention. So Nick, great sport there. Not what he wanted, still throwing that peace sign, claiming it, and giving some love to the crowd.
Yeah, here we're about halfway through here, getting close to we're into the second half of this heat. And so far, we've only seen a single ride within that 9 to 1100 threshold that we called.
It's true, but you got to give people time to shake the nerves off, to orient themselves on this wave. These guys, a lot of them have that ride plan in their head. We've got Andrew Regan, who competed for New Zealand, but is waving his home flag of Ireland for Dave McClure out there. Amazing crowd support here on Wave Shaper Island, and I think it's only going to get busier throughout the day.
Yeah, Dave McClure here, our next paddler out of Ireland, brings the energy to the river every time. His fans bring the energy to the river. I've never seen a crowd as insane as the Irish, especially.
Maybe the Finnish, maybe the Japanese.
They were pretty crazy, but did you remember those drums from last year?
That's
those
right.
were something else.
That's right.
All right, as he drop it into those Irish cheers, going with a huge left air screw, beautiful Pan Am. Looking to set himself up backwards, going for potentially a flashback. Not quite getting the pop he was looking for. Left, nice little righty blunt.
I'd call that a roundhouse. I'm going to say it on there.
All right, there we go. Beautiful. That was a huge
pistol flip into a beautiful back Pan Am. That has been a hard trick to stick. Can he? He is going to take that as his first ride. Oof. Wow. I can feel the tension.
Absolutely. You can feel it in the crowd, in the air. The energy here is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, we are coming into, we've got only 3 paddlers left here to complete our first ride in this men's semifinal. If you're just joining us, I'm Anna Bruno.
And I'm Zach Swanenberg.
We are stoked to be here. 2 rides, 1 count. We've got 3 paddlers to go here in our first round of this men's semi-final round. So we've so far at the top of our leaderboard is Hayden Voorhees with 960, followed by Mathieu Dumoulin of 740, Nick Trotman with 578, Dave McClure with 558, and Alan Ward with 236. So Tom Dole needs at least a 236 to break his way into that top 5 right now, but he's going to want a lot more than that if he wants to feel confident about that placing.
Yeah, he's going to look to start off with some absolutely huge tricks, and there it is, one of the cleanest air screws we've seen at this competition. Going the air screw the other direction.
Yeah, Tom just so precise in those tricks, so consistent, big Pan Am, great air, great precision in all of his rides here. Tom actually having lived here in Columbus, Georgia as a teenager for a few years. So going for that flip turn, not quite getting the helix around. He's just calculating his ride scores as he goes, going for that Pan Am. I believe he already did that trick as he sets it up, trying to get the back blunt out of it, looking for that helix and just not quite getting it around.
Yeah, just popping out on that little bubble that we've seen claim so many paddlers here so far.
Yeah, so that ride score, as we wait for that final ride score to come in, should put him into the top 5 for now, but we do have Dane Jackson and Mason Hargrove still to go, as well as a whole nother round of rides for these guys. This is what makes semis so exciting, right? Is that every single ride, things can change it up.
Yes, 100%. And also, every single ride finals, we move to 3 1 counts. So there's a little more chance, a little more, there's kind of that relief of okay, they still got a couple more rides. Okay, they still got this to go.
Yeah, you've got that little bit of a safety net.
Yeah, semis, you got 2 rides. If one of them goes wrong, it's terrifying.
It's brutal, and especially on a feature as dynamic as this one, which we've seen a lot of flushes all week, even from some of our world's best paddlers.
As Mason drops into the feature, what's he gonna throw for us here?
Yeah, Mason, hometown hero here. Oh my God, I don't even know what just happened, but that was a huge, crazy Pan Am. It looked like he was gonna air screw and then changed it up. He's going to have one more ride. His sister, McKinley Kate, taking the gold for the junior women's yesterday, and he is going to be looking to repeat that feat. And I know that he can put down 1,000 points on one ride. I have no doubt. I've seen him do it multiple times. So my heart is racing. I'm sure that his mom, Melissa, and dad, Matt's hearts are racing. But I bet you that Mason is actually pretty calm.
Oh, 100%. He knows what he can do. He's paddled at this feature at almost every level, being a local paddler. He knows
learned to kayak here.
Yeah, 100%. So it's kind of like stepping out onto your own backyard.
Yeah. For him, this is just another day, but albeit a day he's waited his lifetime for and worked really hard to get to. Dane Jackson, no introduction needed here. One of the goats, if not the goat, of whitewater kayaking. Throwing down with a huge air screw, maybe even cleaning that trick, air screw the other direction, going for a massive Pan Am to the left, so snappy, going for a back blunt with not even a breath in between it, going to Pan Am the other direction, just pulling that boat enough over vertical. We'll see if the judges were sold on it. Right into a huge helix, riding that wave, taking the green water all the way over into the helix the other way. How does he do it? Right into the clean blunt. What a magician. This guy put down a 6-trick combo on some of the stakeout waves this year. That was one of the most impressive things to watch. Beautiful pistol flip right there. Just not even breathing. Flip turn. Nice Pan Am to the left. And I think he's looking for that blunt McNasty, and he's not going to quite get it on this ride, but he's all right with it.
Yeah, that is an absolutely stellar performance from Dane Jackson here. And you can see one of the things, one of the main differences from the retentiveness of his tricks was, and we'll see it right here, is his tricks were so snappy and what landed super clean. There was very little time for the wave to pull him up on that bubble. Every time he landed, it was hull down.
You can also watch that he's really proactive about engaging that rudder stroke on his rear paddle blade. to, as he goes for that recovery stroke, he holds it just for that second to help control his edge angle to help set him up for that next trick. He's really, really good about using one trick to set up the next, not just with his boat position, but with his body and his blades as well. There it is. You see that rudder stroke just holding just that little bit of a half second longer.
Yeah, 100%. This is the type of thing that comes from so much experience on these waves. He's also just incredible on waves in general. Second person, actually, if people haven't seen that yet, it's really cool. Second person to ever land a double air screw.
That's right.
The first actually being
Luke Pomeroy.
Canada's very own Luke Pomeroy.
You know, there's actually a ton of memes going around on social media right now has a picture of Dane basically coming down a wave on the Zambezi in his antics and taking a huge pass, and I hope that we get some more memes out of this event. So that was our current leaderboard. Tomas Kaplinski currently sitting with no points on the board as he comes into ride number 2 of this men's semifinal round. This is Tomas's last chance to fight his way into the final.
Yeah, Tomas having a devastating first ride, but he's going to show us what he's got here on his second, starting off with a air screw.
A lot more conservative than that initial edge this time around, and I do not blame him. Right now, the score to beat is 578.33, so Tomas needs at least 580 points to make his way into that top 5 position. Going for those air screws and donkey flips in both direction. Oh, fighting to stay his way on the wave. Well done, Tomas. That is what we like to see. Going for that big blunt. Again, playing it safe. Points are points. Nice back blunt there. Maybe getting some air on one of those tricks. Going for a huge air screw, maybe a Pan Am. Will that be enough? It depends if that last trick scores.
Yeah, 100%. That was definitely a more solid second ride. He was definitely, like you said, starting it off a lot more conservative, feeling out the feature, figuring out, okay, with the way I throw, where do I need to be? How do I have to be on today's wave?
Yeah, and again, this wave feels very different from yesterday's wave. It's been different each pass, and so it does take that constant adjusting to make sure that your tricks are going to score and that you can, do the tricks at all.
Yeah, 100%.
I almost missed the wave this morning. It really scared me. Yeah, I had a little bobble. I had to roll up in the eddy before I caught the wave.
Oh, no.
I was
That's
like,
a
oh,
terrifying
goodness.
moment.
Here we are kayaking right now. That's right. But yeah, so many of these paddlers have practiced that composure under pressure. And, I have to say, I think that this is one of the things that freestyle, even if you're not competing, does really teach you that transfers so well to all aspects of whitewater. The ability to react under pressure, to really hone in your edges, to have a fast roll, to be comfortable upside down.
Yeah.
And there's no better place than the warm, deep water of this Chattahoochee River. Visa Rakola of Finland, starting it off with a blunt, maybe that Pan Am.
Visa looking to put himself into those qualifying spots. Thomas, unfortunately, not quite making the top 5 with his second ride. But Visa's looking already at a 220, looking for his next big trick here, going for the air screw.
I don't even know what that just was.
Definitely looked like he was going for an air screw. Not sure what, if anything, they would score it as.
Yeah, going for a big back blunt, maybe a back Pan Am. You can see him fighting that curler there as he goes to set up for that helix. Not maybe bringing the bow fully around. We'll see what the judges say. It looks like they did reward that trick, but scores do change.
And that is why we are not the judges here, but
huge pistol flip. Oh my God, that was fantastic. Going right into a big back blunt the other direction on the buzzer. He feels a lot better about that score, as he should.
Yeah, you see the huge sigh of relief there as he finishes that ride. He hears the buzzer. He knows he got some moves down. It may not have been the biggest ride he maybe could have done, but that's why he's going to try to keep it for finals if he can make it in.
That's right. It's like you come out here and, oftentimes you don't put down your best rides ever. You don't put down your best tricks ever. But it's all about competing under pressure and doing enough on the day to make it through to that next round to have that next chance. You can see, yeah, that boat really did finish wide there, but it looked like his maybe came down fast. But so much air on those tricks from Visa. That Hobson Kayaks, Jackson 5 Rocks are just looking so good out there.
Yeah, so we're just waiting on Visa's ride. Yeah, Visa's second ride coming in at a 7:16.67, currently putting him in the 4th place position. There are still plenty of paddlers who are going to want to challenge that, so he is not safe yet.
That's right, and one of those to go next will be Mathieu Dumoulin, currently sitting in our 3rd place position. Not a bad place to be, but he may be looking to score slightly higher than that 740.
Yeah, the higher you go, the safer you are, the more comfortable you'll feel in that eddy while you wait for of
right.
the rides to finish.
He
Starting
know-
off, beautiful right blunt. Nice and simple, getting those points on the board. Looking for maybe what was supposed to be a air screw, not quite catching an edge. Oh, nice back Pan Am going into the air screw. Getting a little bit too far on that shoulder, but he brings it around. He stays in the feature.
What a legend. Going from right into that air screw the other direction as he retains that control in that plastic kayak, back blunt the other direction. I think the only one of our top 10 men to paddle a plastic, showing you know, it's really about the paddler. Huge helix on that trick. Going for the helix the other way, not quite getting the edge, and unfortunately just dragging himself off the wave. I don't know if that's going to beat that first ride score.
Yeah, his first ride had come in at a 740. This one looked like it was sitting at around
Look at this. Look
660.
at him
Yeah.
save that, turning it around backwards, surfing it back down the wave, looking over his shoulder.
Yeah, absolutely
Wow.
incredible reaction time on that. That is what we expect to see from all of these paddlers. A lot of the times, you know, as a paddler, I'll catch myself flushing a bit off the corner. I'm like, how did I do that? How did I flush? And you look back and then you're like, should have been faster.
Yeah, I met you here with just so much precision, so much skill, so much wave awareness. Amazing to see him and his family here. And I was joking, I was like, you know, Metu, only 15 more years and Enzo gets to do this too. It was like, oh my
he'll
God.
be the one on shore nervous.
Oh my God, yeah, exactly. So right now, Alan Ward of Great Britain looking to improve his ride score of 236 points and show us what he's capable of. Alan unfortunately flushing after just 2 tricks on his last ride. So going for a nice back stab to start things off, all with the blunt right into a back blunt. Going for that air screw. This is already a strong start for Alan Ward. So going for the blunt the other direction, back blunt the other direction. Nice conservative tricks. And then right into that snappy, huge air screw. Right for it again, the other direction. Just left, right, not even a pause.
Yeah, he's looking to do exactly what he's doing right now. Score big, get into those top 5 spots. He is climbing that scoreboard. He's still got 5 seconds left to shoot. What else does he got for us? He goes for the blunt McNasty. Not quite getting the McNasty around, but amazing ride from Alan Ward of Great Britain.
Yeah, you can see it was just a little bit high up the pile as he initiated that trick, and it kind of pulled him off there. But oh my God, what a fantastic second ride, even without that last trick. This is going to put him much safer than that 236.
Yeah, currently with his first ride, he's just sitting down in 9th place. From what I've seen so far, this is definitely going to bump him into the top 5. Now, how far up the top 5, we're going to have to wait and see what the official score here from the judges is.
That's
just
right.
a moment.
This is the nerve-wracking part for Metu, for Visa, for Tom, as each paddler has the potential to kind of change up that order, and no one more so than, I would say, Mason Hargrove. But we've also got David McClure and Nick Troutman looking to break their way in. So, ooh, the pressure is on. Pressure is on. Hayden Voorhees just giving a little shake there as he waits his thumbs up from Paul Shepard. See Caleb Grady, a men's competitor from Canada, and your Canadian team member just right there. I'm not sure if he's live streaming or
Looks like he might
or
be.
taking a selfie.
All right, we're still waiting. There it comes. Alan Ward's second ride coming in at a 961.67, putting him up in the second place position at the moment.
Yeah, so Hayden's strong first ride, and he's going to be looking to repeat that, if not better it. So Hayden just paddling so consistent all week as he starts off with that helix. Not as much air as he's had on some of those earlier tricks. And you can see that reflected in that score. Going for the helix the other direction, at least getting a felix out of it. Right into a huge Pan Am, maybe an air screw there as he goes for that back blunt. Air screw to the other direction. Air screw the other direction. There you go. Hayden finding his rhythm here. So you just, why not just go for one more? Oh my God. Maybe a cartwheel.
Stays in the feature.
Stays in the feature. Back blunt to the right.
This is looking very good as he's continuing with still 10 seconds left. Goes for that Pan Am, flushes off of that shoulder with that current score that it was hovering, and I think he's probably going to stick with his first great score of 960 points.
That's right. Unlike the earlier rounds, these two ride scores do not combine. It is one ride score that will earn your way into that top 5. So Hayden sitting about as pretty as he can be.
Yeah,
I
it still
suppose.
is a bubble spot considering where the other 5 paddlers in this heat are currently located.
That's
so
right. We've still got Tom Dole, Nick Troutman, Dave McClure, and Mason Hargrove. How many? That's 4 paddlers that could break their way into that top 5.
Currently, that means the only paddler currently safe into the finals is Dane Jackson at the moment.
It's good to be Dane. Right now, Dane's brother-in-law, Nick Troutman, representing Team Canada, paddling that Dreamboats Jackson 5 Rockstar. A huge air screw to start things off. Maybe trying to get a little bit of a clean bonus there. Air screw the other direction, going right into that donkey flip, saving that as his bow catches. So much skill out of Nick Troutman here, going for that blunt, going into the blunt the other direction, standing that trick up just so effortlessly. Huge back blunt there, back blunt the other way. Just that's like 400 points in roughly 4 seconds. Big back Pan Am, maybe even getting a huge bonus on that trick. Here we go. Nick looking to get that helix. I would say that was possibly a huge helix as he looks for the flip turn of the helix the other direction, coming back to surf it off. Oh my gosh, amazing ride from Nick Troutman on the buzzer, getting that last little roundhouse in. Wow. Oh, and just a McNasty just for fun.
Yeah, that was a celebratory trick right there if I've ever seen one. There he goes for the other direction just because he can. That is definitely enough to bump him way up. This looks like it might put him into the second place position just behind brother-in-law Dane Jackson.
That was an absolutely huge ride from Nick Troutman. So much amplitude on that trick, those tricks, so much composure. That was just fantastic to watch. Every trick very clean, every trick sold to the judges, you know, there was no hesitation there. That was an absolutely amazing ride to watch.
Yeah, and that might have been one of the biggest helixes we've seen at the event so far. That was absolutely fantastic. Look at the fans here in the crowd.
I love it. I love it. Eleanor Knight there just next to them, women's bronze medalist for the USA yesterday. So, but right now, all eyes on Ireland, David McClure. So David, just such a talented paddler. I believe one of our medalists at Nottingham Worlds last year, as well as a European champion in 2020 in the Paris Olympic course. David transferring those whole boating skills into wave skills here with just really no hesitation. Maybe trying for a little side kick there as he goes to set up for that air screw. Huge trick there right off the bat into a beautiful Pan Am, into a huge pistol flipper back Pan Am. That was just crazy. Can he surf it back over? Can he surf it back over? And unfortunately, that is going to be the end of his ride.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think it's also going to be the end of his run here at the event for today. His first ride only having him in the 8th place position. Currently, the cutoff for top 5 is Mathieu Dumoulin of France with a 740 points.
My goodness, and so we still have Tom Dole and Mason Hargrove to go. Mathieu is going to be
yeah, Mathieu and Hayden
holding
are
his
sitting
breath
there waiting for these next two competitors. They are currently on the bubble spots as we go right into Tom Dole of France.
This becomes the moment where you're like, I just don't know who to cheer for. I want to cheer for everybody. So here we go. But right now, I am cheering for Tom Dole to put down his best possible ride.
Yeah, he's dropping into the feature, going right into a
Huge air screw.
Looking to set himself for his next trick, going for the air screw the other direction. Immediately, maybe looking for pass. Not quite getting the bounce he was looking for, but that's okay. He's going right into a left air blunt. Setting himself around. Maybe wanted to go for a flashback, sticking to a nice left Pan Am.
Also getting that spin in there. You know, if you can link those smaller points to the bigger points, going for a huge helix there. Oh my God, that's about 180 points in that trick alone. Right into the, maybe trying for a clean blunt, but just catching his edge. He's got 10 seconds left. He's going to maybe need that blunt McNasty or a back pistol flip. What has he got? Going for the clean blunt with air. 1 second left. Pistol flip the other direction, and he sticks it. Fantastic competing from Tom Dole. Again, not his best ride that he's capable of, but it may have been enough to at least move him up the rankings and give him a spot at that top 5.
Yeah, so currently to be safe, to be guaranteed in the top 5 positions, Tom needs to have put himself into 4th place, just above Hayden. Will this be enough to beat Hayden's 960-point ride? We have to wait and see as we anxiously await the judges' scores.
Yeah, right now the judges have take these moments to go back to make sure they didn't miss a trick, to make sure that they got all the bonuses that they wanted to give. Did they give everything they got? So I saw an 8:23 flashing at one point. I'm not sure what that's going to come in at. We shall see.
And they're just waiting for the results to update here.
Right.
Next up, though, we do have Mason Hargrove. It looks
Tom Dole.
like Tom Dole in the 5th place position with a 918.33. The only paddler left here who can upset that spot is the local Mason Hargrove.
Mason Hargrove medaling at the World Cups here in both the ambush feature and the good wave feature. He is a former junior world champion. He knows how to perform under pressure. He has some of the biggest tricks out there on the water, and he is looking to show that off today. Maybe starting things off with a little bit of a side kick.
Looks like he's taking a little more safe right off the bat after that first trick went quite wrong for him last time. Beautiful.
Huge
if
Pan
any
Am.
part of him touched the water there.
Yeah, no, I don't believe it did. Going for the air screw, just as snappy, just as huge. Going for the donkey flip the other direction, just catching his bow, but staying on the wave, keeping his composure. He's got 20 seconds left, which is still so much time for this young paddler to put down a huge ride like that pistol flip right there. And oh my God, catching the bubble. And this is heartbreaking for Mason. Oh my goodness.
This
that is just
is what semis are about.
Mason.
Right now,
Mason is going to be, he has been working, I can say honestly, I think most of his young life towards getting to compete here and wanting to win that world championship medal here on his home river.
yeah, Mason's coming into this round in the 2nd place position with a massive, I think it was like a nearly 1,500 point ride yesterday, trying to catch Dane. We're still waiting for the scores on here, but the last points I saw flashing are not going to be enough as Mason Hargrove moves into the 8th place position, leaving Tom Dole of France in the 5th, safe into qualifying for the finals. Currently, regardless of what Dane does here, your top 5 moving on later this afternoon are in reverse seed order: Tom Dole of France, Hayden Voorhees of the United States, Alan Ward of Great Britain, Nicholas Troutman of Canada, and Dane Jackson of the United States.
That's right. So, you know, I think that there's just something to be said for watching Dane see what he's going to put down here. This ride for him is now practice for the finals. He's got to suss out, how can I go even bigger? And I think I know how much Dane wanted to see all of the other competitors on the water do their best. And it's going to be, it's just as hard to go after watching one of your friends not hit their goals as it is knowing that you're safe. So here he goes. Huge Pan Am. That's the Dane Jackson we know and love. Massive pistol flip to follow that up right into a huge Pan Am in the other direction. Into a back blunt that just like happened to throw. How did he do that?
Just sat there on the wave and was like, I might as well go.
Beautiful helix. Helix the other direction. Again, getting the air on those tricks and just whipping that boat overhead so fast into a lofty, clean blunt. I just love watching those tricks out there on the wave. That little pause as he spins it around, backs it up, so he's going to go for another pistol flip. That was enormous. 1 second left, and he just takes the spin.
Yeah, he'll claim it with that spin on the buzzer. That is a 14:43 unofficial score ride. Very close to matching his rides from yesterday. He has been consistent out here on this inconsistent feature.
It's a talent. You know, he barely looks like he's trying. It's every ride. It's just tick, tick, tick. He has just done those tricks so many times on so many features, and his ability to adapt to a wave is like none other I've ever, experienced or seen. He is just so fast at reading the water and knowing intuitively how to respond to it in his boat. So, wow, what an exciting men's semifinal.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolute incredible performance, huge upsets. This happens. It is part of the competition. Actually, we saw similar to it in junior men's yesterday, with some of the tops not quite making it into the finals. But right now you see the results here. The cues on the right are those who are qualified. Congratulations still to all the other paddlers who are out here today and everybody else who showed up and participated throughout the week who didn't quite make it this far. The fact that they're here, the fact that they made it here and positioned in whatever position, whether it's first or further down the heat, it is still absolutely incredible that they are out here competing on these World Championships.
Yeah, massive thank you to all those making this event possible. For those of you going to be hanging around here, we do have the women's final happening later this afternoon. I will try and find the exact time for that, Hugh, just in a minute, as well as the men's final. So we are not done. There is more heartbreak. There is more excitement in Stoke still to come. So we're going to have the women's K1 final at 1:45 p.m. this afternoon, followed by the men's final at 2:35 p.m. So there is going to be still a lot more to come. You can see the crowds are filling in, and also people are filtering out as they go to take a quick break here. That's right, in our women's final later this afternoon will be Hitomi Takaku of Japan, Sage Donnelly of the US of A, Heidi Walsh from Great Britain, Emily Jackson from the United States, and Audie Robinson-Shaw of Great Britain. So fantastic semifinal rounds here. I'm Anna Bruno.
And I'm Zach Zwanenberg.
Thank you guys so much for joining us.
And we'll be talking to you guys back later in just a bit as I join you back later on with Anna of
Mind Body Paddle.
Mind Body Paddle for these women's kayak surface finals. We'll see you then.
That's going to be 1:45. We're going to kick things off with the women's final. You will not want to miss it.
Yeah, all right, ladies and gentlemen, you just saw the conclusion of the men's semifinals. What an exciting time. Right at the end there, fellow countryman Tom Dole bumping off fellow countryman Mathieu. Mathieu coming out of retirement, basically, to compete at this. All the while, Alan Ward from Great Britain running up to the top of the board and waiting to watch paddler after paddler who had the ability to bump him down and surviving this. So former world champ, junior world champion, looking for his first senior world championship here as well. So it's going to be a wonderful slate of paddlers going into the finals. We're going to take just a little bit of a break and come back to you live here, 2023 ICF World Championships.
Our 8,000 workers and our 6,600 residents, we want to welcome everyone here to the 2023 ICF World Freestyle Championships. This is the culmination of a 20-year effort to reinvigorate our downtown and our river. It started in 2000. At that point, we were at a crossroads for our community, and leaders got together to really figure out what we could do to stimulate the economy and reposition downtown as an economic center and as a recreation center. They hatched a $26 million plan to restore this 2.5-mile section of the Chattahoochee that runs right through the heart of uptown Columbus. And in 2013, that plan became a reality with the removal of 2 industrial dams and the creation of our Whitewater Rafting Center. With that, over the last 10 years, we have seen $714 million worth of new investment in our uptown district, and it's repositioned our entire community around this jewel of the Chattahoochee River Valley. So everyone enjoy your time here, and please plan to come back another time.
Hey everybody, I'm Stephen Wright here in Columbus, Georgia. Huge welcome to all of our athletes. You are going to love it here. We have worked hard to make this the best freestyle world championships that we possibly can, and we hope that you have the time of your life.
Hey guys, I'm Justin Creek from the Historic Columbus Foundation. We're so excited to have all the athletes from all around the world competing in this world championship. It's going to be a great event. Look forward to seeing you.
Welcome to Columbus, Georgia, and we are so excited to have every single one of you guys and girls here competing in the ICF International competition this year. If you need anything, make sure you turn your radio on Q1073 because we're going to be right there talking about you, and we're going to be supporting you all the way. So again, welcome to our wonderful city, and welcome to our wonderful river. Awesome.
Hi, with our partners.
We're excited you're able to make this Kayak River, experiencing all that it has to offer. We love the Kayak family, and we hope you're enjoying this freestyle kayaking.
Everybody to Columbus, Georgia. We are so glad to have you guys here. What a treat this is for us. I'm Beth Covington. I'm the president of the Community Foundation here in town, and it has been my joy to be part of this host committee. I hope you feel the welcome here in Columbus. We love having you. Please enjoy this river every single day because we sure do. Thanks.
Larry Lascombe with Salt Life here in Columbus, Georgia, and just want to welcome everyone down to the river. Hope we have another safe, exciting, and fun event. Thank you for being here.
My name is Will Thompson. I'm on the ICF committee and also work for Synovus Bank in Phoenix City. Welcome to Columbus, Phoenix City. Hope you guys really enjoy our town, and good luck in the competition.
Mary Sherman, Executive Director of the Columbus Sports Council. On behalf of the committee, we welcome you to our beautiful city. We hope you have a wonderful World Championship experience here in Columbus, and we look forward to seeing you compete.
Hey, this is Martin Huffman. Welcome to Columbus, Georgia, World Championship. So happy to have you here in our home, and paddle hard.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Woodham, born and raised here in Columbus, Georgia. Welcome. We're excited to have everyone here. We hope you guys can get out and about and explore the city and see all the awesome things that we have to offer here in Columbus, Georgia.
Hi, I'm Lucy Bears, part of the host committee here in Columbus, Georgia. So excited for all of you guys to come out and explore the city, see this hidden gem that we have here in Columbus, and really root for all of you out here in the competition and battle hard for it.
Hello, I'm Billy Turner. I'm a retired executive of the Columbus Waterworks who has taken great interest in this river, especially on the quality side. Our Riverwalk was built in the process of resolving a major water quality problem called combined sewers. We now have one of the cleanest rivers in the South. We thank you for your coming to our area to compete in this competition. Thank you very much. excited to be here at the World Championship. How all the athletes are having a blast. Have fun on the road.
I'm Doug Jenkins, our vice president of the Power Company, and we're so excited to partner with so many companies in this great city to make this event possible. We've been working for weeks to make this whole process extremely hospitable for you. So our family, your family, welcome. Have a tremendous week.
This is the organization that puts this together. We invite you to enjoy our community, and most of all, best of luck in the competition. Thank you.
Hi, Ed Wolverton with Uptown Columbus. On behalf of our 625 businesses, our 8,000 workers, and our 6,600 residents, we want to welcome everyone here to the 2023 ICF World Freestyle Championships. This is the culmination of a 20-year effort to reinvigorate our downtown and our river. It started in 2000. At that point, we were at a community, at a crossroads for our community, and leaders got together to really figure out what we could do to stimulate the economy and reposition downtown as an economic center and as a recreation center. They passed a $26 million plan to restore this 2.5-mile section of the Chattahoochee that runs right through the heart of Uptown Columbus. And in 2013, that plan became a reality with the removal of 2 industrial dams and the creation of our Whitewater Rafting Center.
Hello and welcome to the 2023 ICF Freestyle World Kayak Championships, and it is the time we've all been waiting for. It is time for finals, and coming up next is women's finals, then followed by men's finals. And finals is when the top 5 are vying for the medals. It's really exciting. I'm really excited. How about you, Zach?
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, I'm Anna Levesque from Mind Body Paddle.
And Zachary Swanberg from the Canadian national team. So yeah, finals, we're kicking it off. The last 2 events of this entire competition. Right now, we're going to be starting with the women's kayak finals. Your finalists are Itomi Takaku of Japan, Sage Donnelly of the United States, Heidi Walsh of Great Britain, Emily Jackson of the United States, and Audley Robinson-Shaw of Great Britain. And they are all fighting for that podium. They want one of those medals. Obviously, they all want to shoot for that gold, but they'll be happy with any result from this. They want to push for the podium.
Yeah, top 5 in the world, as Steven says, is nothing to sneeze at. And it's worth mentioning that we have in this top 5 3 world champions. So we have Emily Jackson, who is a 3-time world champion. We have Hitomi Takaku, who was world champion in 2019, silver medalist in 2022. And we have Audley Robinson-Shaw, who is the current defending world champion in women's K1. So this should be a very good finals. They're going to come out. They know what they need to do to get into that medal round. And then, of course, we have Sage Donnelly from the United States, who's been throwing some big tricks. She wants a medal. And Heidi Walsh from Great Britain, who, as we've seen in the last couple of rounds, she's been able to pull it out when she needed to under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. Every single one of these women in this heat have been able to pull out absolutely stellar rides. Now, in the finals, the format to be looking for is there are 3 rides and 1 counts. You just need 1 big ride. You've got 2 washaways, but you're pushing to go all out. There is no taking it easy. You want those big points constantly. You want to make sure you're comfortably as far up on top as possible.
Yeah, and I love how it's easy for us to say, you just need 1 good ride, right? But we've seen on this feature, it is tricky. It is fleshy. If you've been watching all the competition so far, we have seen some of the top paddlers flush, catch an edge, get onto those danger zone corners and flush. And you can't score if you're not in the feature. Just in this men's semifinals, we had one of the favorites, local favorite internationally, Mason Hargrove, flush early on his rides, and that can feel heartbreaking. So laying down a good ride right out of the gate is going to help these finalists build confidence and clinch a medal, hopefully.
Yeah, 100%. The water here on the Chattahoochee River, on the borders of Columbus, Georgia, and Phoenix City, Alabama, has been a little bit higher than it was at the beginning of the week. We had some rain after following a very long drought in the region, and the drought being the reason why this competition has been on such a tight schedule, much quicker than we'd usually be accustomed to, and same for the athletes. But that is just because we need water to paddle, and there isn't enough of it. Now the rain has has helped. The waters on normal flows are slightly higher, and it shows in the wave. The wave's got a little more inconsistency in the middle. Sometimes it boils up, flattens out, turns fully green. Now, that can be extremely beneficial if you read it correctly and use it in those ways. But if you're not expecting it and you land a trick on one of those changes, it can be devastating. And the first rides, actually, of men's semifinals, we saw a lot of that. I believe there's only two paddlers out of 10 that managed to score like anything over the 800-point ride in those semifinals. It was just consistent flushing on the first trick or even on attaining the feature. The wave was just being so punishing.
Yeah, even the best paddlers in the world are having to stay on their toes on this feature to stay in. So we're looking for, and the athletes are looking for their best rides to move them into that medal round. And what is exciting about the finals is that because one ride counts, they're going to keep trying to best their previous ride with every round so that they can either maintain the top spot or move into that top spot.
Yeah, and having a quick look at the rest of the schedule for today. Coming up next, immediately in around 10 minutes, we will have the women's finals. Following that, there will be a short interval as we lead into the men's finals. Then followed by another interval, and we will be moving upstairs to the medal ceremonies. Those will include the Danny O'Brien Award and the Women's K1 and Men's K1 medal ceremonies, followed by the closing ceremonies at 4:20.
There's a great crowd out here for these finals. People coming in, local people from Columbus and from all over the world coming in, cheering on their favorite paddlers, cheering on their friends and family. And thank you, all of you who are tuning in right now. We appreciate you tuning in. We know you're excited to cheer on your friends, family, your favorite paddlers, and we're excited to share the experience with you.
Yeah, it's incredible to be able to broadcast these events all over the world for free on platforms such as YouTube. It is amazing that all of you guys anywhere can be watching this, even people who've maybe never run into kayaking. So if you have friends, family, co-workers, really anybody that you think might find this cool, send them the link, share it around. We want to see as many people watching, want to see as many people witness what this sport has to offer, and it's right there at everyone's fingertips for free.
Yeah, we obviously love this sport. It offers so much, and competing, paddling, learning how to paddle, and enjoying whitewater builds so much confidence and courage. Right, you're facing your nerves, right, almost every day. Even from the beginning, when you learn how to wet exit out of a kayak, for instance, learn how to roll, run your first Class 2 rapid. It's really exciting, and all of that, those small, consistent actions over time, build up to big results. That's how all of these athletes started. That's how all of us started in this sport, and it builds so much confidence. And then taking it to the competition, it takes a whole other level of skill, I believe, especially mental skill, to compete and to stay calm, cool, collected, especially when things don't go your way.
Yeah, there's a lot more to just the technical training that paddlers go through for these features. You include mental development. It's actually such an important one. So many people, and you actually know quite a bit about this side of the sport, but mental preparation and how you treat this type of event and competition in your head is, I'd say, once you've hit this level of performance, almost more important than your actual skill when it comes out there to your 45 seconds.
Yeah, I think that's true also for all of whitewater kayaking, the mental preparation. And one of the reasons I'm so passionate about mental agility and coaching folks in mental agility is because it's something I struggled with as a competitor. I'm a former member of the Canadian Freestyle team. I medaled at the 2001 World Freestyle Championships in Spain, a long time ago. And for me, competition was challenging. I know the challenges. I would get into my head too much, worrying about what other people thought, getting too distracted instead of focusing on what I needed to do. These competitors, you can tell at this level coming into the top 5. They have been working their mental preparation. They're able to, and even Anna Bruno in the semis, she caught an edge on the eddy line going into the wave. She rolled up and she kept paddling and caught the wave from, ferried onto the wave. And that's the kind of mental quickness you need, is to not let that totally ruin you. What can I do next? What can I do, to get back on the wave or roll up?
But yeah, so for everyone watching, if you're looking at this type of event and you're a paddler and in your head you're saying, I'd love to be there. I'd want to be there. I'd want to make the team. If your nation doesn't have a national team, you can still make that happen. And if it does, well, they do team trials, and that is something that you can attain for. And if this is the type of thing, this is the type of energy, the crowd, the environment, the competition that you are looking for, don't shy away from it. Jump right onto it, and I'm sure we'll see you out here at some point.
That's right. Q from China, she is the first Chinese national to compete at the Freestyle World Kayak Championships this year, and she made that happen, and she was so excited. She worked really hard, and she was so proud to be out here competing on the world stage. So yes, and I love freestyle kayaking because it's high fun, low consequence. You're challenging yourself to learn more moves. Typically the features are nice and deep, and it's also, if you are a kayaker and you haven't been trying freestyle or playboating, it is wonderful roll practice. Nothing will solidify your roll, your ability to roll yourself back up after you flip, than learning how to freestyle kayak. So it's fun, it's social, it really helps with your roll, and it also helps with your river running skills, because as we all know, sometimes when we're running rivers, we can get into features that are that we need to get out of. So we see some shots of the crowd. Looks like the Japanese waving their flags, and it looks like the women are getting ready for the finals. We still have, according to our schedule, we have 2 minutes. So 2 minutes to women's K1 finals. See Nick Troutman, who's competing in the men's finals from Canada, getting ready. You can see that mental preparation going on right now, trying to keep his body warmed up. Also his headphones on, he's walking around. He's, not talking to folks right now. He's going through his mental preparation. Yeah, and right here we're seeing currently Sage of the U.S. and Itomi of Japan sitting here just waiting for their event to start. We are sitting here on the famous Chattahoochee River, which is a magnificent waterway. Headwaters all the way out in the Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina. Flows apparently 430 miles, which is 690 kilometers for the rest of the world. Eventually it's emptying into the Gulf of Mexico, so it's a huge river. We're lucky to have it here. This only exists because there was a removal of a dam that increased the oxygenation levels, and they built this wave maker feature that's right above, and actually turned out it ended up building good wave just a little below. So we're really, really lucky to have these kinds of sites out here. And yeah, and so coming up, again, if you're just joining us, this is Anna Levesque from Mind Body Paddle.
And Zach Zwanenberg of the Canadian National Team. And
we are 2 minutes, maybe less than 2 minutes away from starting the women's K1 finals. I'm not sure why I guess that's Mathieu.
That is Mathieu.
Or Tom. I can't tell.
Yeah. Look, well, he's on the French team. He's waiting for his finals as well. They qualified, and he looks like he's taking a little bit of a nap, more mental prep, listen to some music.
So back to the women. So again, we have 3 world champions or former world champions and the current defending world champion in this finals. They know how to compete. They know they want to bring it. They want medals. And then we also have accomplished paddler Sage Donnelly from the United States. She was junior world champion, a former junior world champion, and she also knows how to compete. She's got a mental game. She runs some big class 5 rivers. She manages some health challenges with type 1 diabetes, and she doesn't let anything stop her. So I know she's going to come out here and bring it. And then we also have Heidi Walsh.
Hi, I'm Hitomi. I'm from Japan.
All right, so as I was saying, we also have Heidi Walsh, who pulls it out. So far in every round, she's been able to throw her best ride when she needs to. So we're looking for these women to throw down. They want a medal. We are about to crown a new women's world champion, and I'm so excited.
Yeah, and as you saw, there's a little bit clips there. This looks like some new addition to our amazing presentation here. The HOC here and everyone involved has put a ton of effort into making this an incredible event for you viewers online and the folks here locally watching in Columbus, Georgia. But here we have Hitomi Takaku of Japan dropping in for her first ride of the finals for this year's 2023 World Championships.
So Hitomi wanting to put down, ooh, catches an edge, tumbles, she's back on. She wants to put down a big ride. When you can put down a big ride right off the bat, it is helpful to secure your spot. There she goes with the big left blunt, surfing around, taking her time, being patient, going for blunt the other way, retaining the feature. She's looking strong here. She knows what she needs to do. Again, 3 rides, best score counts.
It looks like she's looking for another pass here, not quite being comfortable with those that she's getting. She's got 7 seconds left on the clock as she goes for the donkey flip, but getting an unfortunate flush. Again, that'll do it for her first ride. There are still 2 more to go. Now we just got to wait for the official scores here for her to set the current bar at the moment.
Yeah, so in this round, all of the competitors will be paying.
Hi, my name is Sage Donnelly. I'm from the United States of America. I'm super stoked to be here, and I want to say hi to my mom back home.
So we just heard Sage Donnelly say hi to her mom back home. Big shout out to Sage's mom. And as Zach was saying, all the scores here, the athletes are going to be paying attention to them.
Yeah, and here she comes dropping into the good wave feature. It has been a tricky spot all day today. Let's see what these women can make of good wave here. She's looking for that good pass, setting herself backwards, looking for maybe a little bit of spin, getting some points on the board with that solid little 10 points. Surfing around on that hazardous left shoulder, but she knows what she's doing, going for the left air blunt, going potentially trying for a roundhouse the same direction, going for maybe a back roundhouse, managing to stay in the feature as she sets up immediately into a right roundhouse. She's just adding points to the board right away, taking it not going all risky right off the bat. Unfortunately, flushing a bit on that backstab. You saw the boat sunk a little too deep into the water and didn't quite make it up. All right, next up we have Heidi Walsh of Great Britain.
Hi, I'm Heidi. I'm from Great Britain, and I'm so excited to give it my best.
And Heidi is giving it her best out here. She has been pulling out the ride under pressure in both of the last rounds, and I know she wants to move herself up into the top 3 at this World Championships. Right now, Hitomi is in the lead with 131 points. Sage is second with 71 points, and Heidi is looking to best that.
Yeah, she's dropping into the feature here. One of 2 British paddlers here on this unfortunate flush on her first ride. Again, there are more than 1 ride. There is 3 rides. She's still got 2 left to go.
That's right. That's right. 2 left to go.
All right, and next up we're going to be introducing Emily Jackson of the United States.
My name is Emily Jackson. I'm here representing the United States of America, Tennessee. Let's go.
And Emily with her, she is pumped, she is positive, she loves competing. She's here with her entire family. her kids. Her husband Nick is in the finals. Her brother Dane is in the finals. And she is an amazing competitor, amazing paddler, 3-time world champion. And I know she wants a medal at this World Championships. Here we go.
All right. This paddler knows how to throw big. Some of her specialties include her absolutely incredible back Pan Ams that we see at every single wave event she competes in. She's carving it up as the sun comes out here on Good Wave. With that, exactly as we were looking for, that beautiful back Pan Am going for the right blunt. This is a definitely good start.
She's looking good, racking up. She already has 160 points on the board. Big backstab. Staying in the feature, and you can follow the scores on the bottom right-hand side of your screen.
Yeah,
so
we've got live scoring here at these World Championships. Beautiful left back blunt. She's going looking more maybe for the flip turn. Still looking for it. There it is. Not quite making it around, but there's some good points. And yeah, we saw on those live scoring, it was bouncing up pretty high, but again, those are not the official scores. That is just live scoring as the judges tabulate all the information. It gets instantly added to those numbers, but we don't know until they finally lock in their official score. Next up, we've got Audley Robertson-Saw of Great Britain.
We're just waiting for Audie's clip.
Hi, I'm Audley Robertson-Shaw, and I'm competing for Great Britain. And thanks to all my friends and family at home who are supporting me today.
I've seen on Audie's social media that she's said many times that she's so grateful for the support from back home. So all of you tuning in to watch her defend her world champion title, she's very grateful, and we're excited to be here with you watching her. And so far, Emily Jackson is in the lead with 260 points. I know Audie wants to beat that for sure as she peels out into the current.
Yeah, Audley Robertson-Shaw, your current defending world champion from 2022 in Nottingham. She is starting off with a nice left clean blunt, looking for that big air into what was looking to be an air screw. We'll have to see what they score on that, depending on how accurately she managed to land with her bow pointing upstream. Setting up backwards for a backstab, but unfortunately getting popped just out the back of the feature. Again, we mentioned this earlier. We saw it in the men's semifinals. Lots of flushes. The wave right now is extremely tricky. You need to be very precise with how you're landing your tricks. We talked about the way Dane was landing them, how the hull comes flat against. It's not easy to do. Very few competitors have the ability to do it consistently, and Good Wave right now is punishing.
Yep, and I know she wants a higher score, so her score coming in at a 61.67, which puts her in 4th place. So far, we know she is going to come back. There you see the leaderboard on your screen, so you can follow along. We also see Heidi Walsh in 5th place. We know she wants to score big on her next round. And so does Hitomi. Hitomi, former world champion and silver medalist, struggling a little bit with that eddy line. It is a challenge. You can see that boily water right at the edge of the eddy line. They've got to paddle across it. She comes onto that shoulder. Nice job catching the wave. She wants to stay on that shoulder where she knows she can throw some big tricks, going for a beautiful blunt to the right, spinning it around. She is very consistent with these tricks, and she takes her time. Beautiful backstab. That was beautiful. Nice and vertical.
Yeah, Hitomi currently in 2nd place with her first ride of 131.67. She's going to be wanting to take that top spot here with this ride if she can. She's still got 10 seconds left. Can she get it? Getting it unfortunately caught on that curler, just pushing her and putting her back up into the feature. That's unfortunate, but still, that ride is besting her first from the unofficial scores we saw. So that is consistent progression, consistently improving her rides. That'll be good for her morale, and she's going to be wanting to come in with her 3rd and final for the best ride she can.
Yeah, we just saw that beautiful blunt on the playback. These women are throwing some big tricks, and the crowd is cheering them on. Next up, we have Sage Donnelly. Looks like Hitomi's score is now 220. So we have Emily Jackson sitting in first place with a score of 260. Hitomi in second place with a score of 220. Sage is currently in third place with a 71.767, and we know she wants to move up on the scoreboard so she can secure her medal.
Yeah, Sage dropping into the feature here. First, second ride. Beautiful air right blunt. Getting a bit of an edge. Can she recover? She does recover. She managed to stay in the feature. Great performance there. Going for the right regular blunt, maybe a roundhouse. She's looking to set herself up for her next big trick here. Looking to spin it around.
Catch. Beautiful. Sorry, Zach, that edge catch took my breath away, and then she threw a big back blunt.
Yeah, no, anytime a paddler here, we want everybody to do well. So anytime a paddler here has a rough pass or something, we have a hard time watching it. It is stressful for us. Can't imagine how it is for these paddlers as Sage spins it around looking for that beautiful back Pan Am. That was incredible.
Sage.
Into a helix. She stays on the feature. Goes right into the helix the other direction. Retains the feature.
Yes.
She is pumped.
Oh my
Claims
gosh.
it.
The crowd is going wild. The crowd is going wild. That was an amazing ride by Sage Donnelly. That is what she was looking for.
Absolutely incredible. Sage was currently sitting in, and we're watching the replay here of some of these tricks, but Sage was currently sitting in the third place position. She can smell a medal. She sees it there in front of her. Now she's looking to claim it with these absolutely incredible ride. Look at that, right into a helix, and immediately coming out of it goes into the helix the other direction. No hesitation. She knew how much time she had left. She knew what she had to do, and she came out and pulled it off.
That was amazing. And look at that fist bump. She is so happy. So we're still waiting for her score. The judges are tabulating the score for Sage Donnelly. Oh, the crowd is cheering.
We're just waiting on the scores on our side.
But I think it's good because the crowd is cheering.
There it is, a 445 flat, putting her into the first place position right now as she finishes her second ride. We still have 3 paddlers left to go in these second rides here. They're all wanting to do what Sage just pulled off. They all want to get their names up there. They all want to be as high up as possible and as untouchable as possible. And here we have Heidi Walsh dropping in, looking to do exactly that.
Yeah, so Sage just put the pressure on. Heidi going for a roundhouse. Well, she was looking for the blunt. Looks like she might have hit a roundhouse, trying to get positioned so that she can get her next pass to throw the big tricks that we know she can throw. Another roundhouse, spinning it around, coming to the shoulder. Another spin. She is taking her time, setting herself up. We know she's looking to position herself with, there we go, big backstab, and retains the feature.
She's looking for a few more tricks here. Maybe she can get one just as the buzzer counts. There she initiates it, goes for the air screw. We will have to wait and see if the judges count that. Again, you need to start your initiation before the buzzer if you want your trick to count. That'll be really tight and close to see. Again, we'll have to wait to see what the judges say on their final. There's a replay of that beautiful backstab. Not quite a back Pan Am, missing a bit of air, but still absolutely incredible trick. There is that on the buzzer air screw.
So we'll wait to see the score that comes in for Heidi. We can never count Heidi out because, as we've said, she has pulled out her best ride on her last ride during the last 2 rounds.
Yeah.
So she's still in the game.
Her second ride coming in at a 173.33, keeping her in the 4th place position at the moment. Next up here we have the, as it stands currently, 2nd place position, Emily Jackson. She wants to dethrone her teammate, Sage, and take that 1st place going into the 3rd ride here. Catches the feature, starts right into a beautiful right air blunt, bringing it around. She knows exactly what she has to do. She knows how to do it. She's got all these paddlers have so much experience out here at World Championships events. to them, this is almost like another day on the water. Little bit more stressful, but still.
I don't know. Emily has a pretty good attitude. She's done so many of them. There she goes with a big backstab. Big backstab the other way. She is moving. Another blunt the other way. She's keeping it moving. She knows what she wants to do. She knows what she needs to do. She's got 8 seconds left in her time. And she needs to pull a big trick. She's looking for that helix. Can she pull it off? And it looks like that's time. Right after the buzzer. Helix right after the buzzer. Claims it. Fist bump. Nice job from Emily. Not sure that will move her into first place.
As it currently looks, that looked like it will be enough to have maintained her second place position here as we move on to our last paddler of the heat with her second ride, which will be Audley Robertson-Shaw. Audley having an unfortunate flush on her first ride. She's going to be looking to best that, to not let that repeat itself and get herself into those top positions. We know she always shoots for the very top, and she's eyeing up Sage's score of 4:45 and seeing I can best that. I'm gonna go do this right now.
And we know she can because it was in the quarterfinals, I believe, that she laid down some 500+ point rides. She has all the tricks. She has the skill. Let's see if she can bring it together on this second ride.
All right, dropping in for her second ride here. She's already had one ride to throw away. Now she's got her second, and she's not looking to throw this away, starting right away with 2 blunts, 1 on each side, getting some points on the board, looking to set herself up backwards, maybe instead going right for a beautiful air screw. That was absolutely textbook as she sets herself up for another trick here, maybe looking to put it around into either backwards for a back Pan Am, which is exactly what she's looking for there. Going huge back Pan Am, same direction as the other one, probably counted as a backstab, retains the feature immediately, maybe going for a pass, not quite getting the bounce she was looking for here. This is looking to be a fantastic ride as she sets herself up maybe for the back Pan Am the other direction. She's got under 10 seconds left to go. She's looking for that last trick, spinning it around. Can she throw it? Going for the pistol flip. Almost retains it. So close. Absolutely incredible ride from Audley. That is what she was looking for in her first, and she's managed to do it in her second. She's got 1 more to go as we now get to move on to the final rides of the finals. And I don't know if you'd like to go through and have a look at what the current standings are. And as we're waiting on Audley's score here, but once that comes in...
Can we just appreciate those amazing moves that she's doing on the playback?
Oh, 100%.
They are
beautiful.
Incredible. I mean, she has so much skill. We saw a beautiful air screw and then...
Yeah, so Audley's second score coming in at 410 points. That puts her currently in second. So as we move into our third and final rides here, we have currently the 3 medalists at the moment, unless Hitomi and Heidi have something to say about it. And those are currently Sage Donnelly in first, Audley Robertson-Shaw holding the second place position, Emily Jackson in third, Hitomi, our next paddler from Japan, in fourth place, and Heidi Walsh of Great Britain in fifth place. These rides are do or die for these paddlers right now.
This is really exciting because anything can happen right here. If Hitomi throws down a big ride, she can move into those top 3 spots, and same thing for Heidi. So, and in the top, no one is, we'll just see what happens.
Yeah, the whole order can be switched at any moment here as Hitomi, looking to do exactly that, comes in for her final ride. The crowd is going absolutely insane. Catching the feature, going right away into a beautiful air right blunt.
Yeah, she knows what she has to do, and she did not waste any time with that trick. Trying to set herself up backwards, going for another blunt, going for a beautiful blunt.
Maybe cleaned it up.
Maybe cleaned it up. Yeah, we couldn't really tell from this angle. Setting herself back up.
We know she likes those air screws, and I know she's definitely going to be looking for them right now. She's currently, her ride sitting at the 215, going for the back left blunt here. She's got 10 seconds left. What can she show us here in her last ride of these World Championships? What can she do? She's going for the air screw.
Yes.
And manages to retain it. Goes for another trick, maybe clean on the buzzer. We'll have to wait and see what that air screw comes in at. Currently, She is at 311 points. If those scores stick, that'll be enough to put her into the 3rd place. It'll be a scary position for her to be, but better than 4th leading into these next rides. That was incredible. I mean, that's what she was looking for.
Definitely what she was looking for. And there we see the replay of Hitomi's blunt. And on this side, look at this, beautiful, going for a clean blunt off of that shoulder. Beautiful skill, brings it back around. She is in control. Awesome paddler. There's another big air screw. Beautiful. That trick was clutch for her.
100%. She looked like she was going for that clean right blunt right at the buzzer. Fortunately, didn't quite pull it around, but still great ride as we still are waiting for those final scores from the judges. They're taking their time, making sure that this is done fairly. There it comes in at a 348.33, bumping her into the 3rd place position at the moment. Now there are still 2 paddlers below her that still have yet to do their final rides. And but at the moment, we have Sage Donnelly. She's our current leader at the moment.
She is the current leader. She knows she needs to be looking over her shoulder. She wants to put down an even bigger ride to stay on top in the gold medal position, and she is ready. Here she goes into the feature for her 3rd and final ride.
Yeah, Sage having put in an absolutely stellar performance in her last ride, but she knows there are some women behind her that can still top it, so she wants to do even better. Starting with 2 tricks right now, going right from the both blunts, both directions, going for the back Pan Am, retaining the feature, absolutely stellar. Looking to set herself up backwards again, maybe for back Pan Am the other direction as she drops down, goes for the back blunt now. Instantly into the helix. Matt, beautiful retention. She didn't even move on the feature.
She is loving those helixes, and they are working for her today.
Go in the other direction.
Oh. On the shoulder of the wave. Doesn't retain. We'll see what the judges say with that score. She is currently, from her 2nd ride, in 1st place, and we'll see what the score comes in for her 3rd ride.
Now, will this be enough to maintain her position? We don't know. We've seen these paddlers throw absolutely huge, and Sage is no exception. Look at that absolutely stellar helix. Didn't even move on the feature, came back around right in position. But next up,
Heidi Walsh from Great Britain. And Heidi needs an amazing ride. She needs to lay down her best ride if she wants to move up into the medals.
Yep.
And we know she can do it. She's done it the last few rounds, and she's ready. Look, she looks pumped in the eddy. She's ready to go and show us what she can do.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here comes Heidi Walsh. She is dropping in for her 3rd ride here. This is a go big moment for her. She has nothing to lose. She currently is sitting in the 5th place position. Can she make it up into those medal spots? Let's find out here as she starts her ride, looking for that first pass, starting with a right blunt, setting herself up maybe for the left blunt. There it is. Backing it up back forward, using that dangerous shoulder. Let's see what she's got next for us. Spinning it around, looking maybe to set herself up backwards for one of those coveted back Pan Ams here in this event.
She's looking for that pass. She's kind of stuck at the bottom of the foam pile, having a hard time. There we go for another blunt, bringing it around. Coming back over onto this shoulder, putting herself into position. And she needs, going for the air screw.
Not quite retaining the air screw. Unfortunately, this does not look like the ride she really needed or wanted to get herself further up, but well done regardless of the results. You're in the top 5. That is an incredible achievement, so congratulations. But next up, we'll be moving on to
Emily Jackson
of the United States.
Emily Jackson, this is her third and final ride.
Yeah, no, she is currently in 4th place. What's she going to be looking for today?
Oh, she's going to be looking to unseat Sage, knowing Emily. She knows, and she is a strategist, so she knows the score. She knows what tricks she needs. She knows the ride she needs to put down. And there was her brother Dane giving her some encouragement, probably some coaching.
Yeah,
And
Dana about to compete in the men's finals. That's why he's in that area waiting for his turn to compete. But next up here we have Emily Jackson. Her first ride currently having her in the 4th place position, just out of medal position. She is not going to be acceptant of that. She knows exactly what she needs to do to get into that top spot, and she's going to try to do it here as she starts it off with an absolutely beautiful right blunt, spinning it back around, looking to set herself up for her next trick here, going backwards. There it is, a little bit of a back stab to the right. Looked like she was maybe going for the back pan, but we'll see her try that again in just a moment.
Yeah, she loves those backwards moves. They're her favorite, and they work for her. Trying to find the right positioning on the wave. She going for that back blunt, trying to set herself up again. She's got 14 seconds left on the board, going for a helix or a flip turn. She needs more to. There's a big back blunt for Emily. She needs more. She's got 3 seconds. Can she throw a big trick? Going for the pistol flip at the end, and there she is. She is pumped.
That is the trick, the crux move she was looking for. Right now, if that unofficial score sits as it is, that'll bump her into a medal position. Her unofficial score was sitting at 381. We're going to have to wait and see what that comes in as. Oh my God, this is going to be terrifying for everyone sitting right now. Hitomi sitting on the bubble spot at 3rd place position. Has Emily Jackson just taken that from under her?
There she goes. Watch this beautiful pistol flip coming around. She knows she just stuck it. That's her celebration, peace sign.
And there it is. Emily Jackson with her last ride of 381.67 goes into the 3rd place position. She is one of our medalists here. She has actually currently confirmed for 3rd place, as our last paddle left to go is Audley Robertson-Shaw lining up in the eddy. Audley is targeting Sage. Sage is currently our leader, our gold medalist at the moment. Audley, the last person who can make a difference in these top 3. Can she do it?
Yeah, she needs to score a ride higher than 445 points. So if you're watching at home, look at that scoreboard. That's what she is going for. She wants to put down a high-scoring ride like we know she can. Will she do it?
All right, she is dropping in. This is her moment to pull it off, to show everybody back home and the world what she can. And an unfortunate flush goes for her first trick. And that is a gold medal for Sage Donnelly of the United States of America, with a silver for Audley Robinson-Shaw of Great Britain, and wrapping it up in 3rd place, Emily Jackson of the United States. What an incredible finals here.
What an incredible finals. That was amazing. We're just waiting for Hojo to interview Sage, our new world champion.
Sage Donnelly, the junior champion in 2015, is now the ICF Canoe Women's Champion. Sage, congratulations. How do you feel right now?
Oh, sorry. I don't know how I feel. I'm so happy right now. I haven't been able to put a lot of time into training, so I came here just wanting to do my best and wanting to throw a ride similar to what I did in Canada in 2015, and I can't believe it right now. I'm in shock.
Congratulations, Sage. It is real. You threw down some absolutely awesome ride, 445, and some huge helixes in the final when it really, really mattered. Tell us, how much work did it take to get here and put that kind of ride down in a final like this?
As far as I was fortunate enough back in 2015 to spend a ton of time at Garb really learning all these wave tricks, and so this year it's been a matter of just getting enough time to relearn them and remember how to do them, and it took a lot of frustration and a lot of time, but I've been down here at two generations at low water for a while and just training, and I'm so happy it worked out.
Congratulations. You are the ICF Canoe Freestyle World Champion, Sage Donnelly from the United States.
Oh my goodness, I'm a little teary-eyed. I'm so excited for Sage Donnelly, our new K1 world champion. What an amazing ride that she put down. And we see Sage and Emily celebrating, Hitomi and Heidi. What an exciting finals. That's what we like to see. Those women all came to play. And I'm so excited. I know Audie might be somewhat disappointed to drop down to silver. Still an incredible accomplishment, right? So our top three: Sage Donnelly, Audie Robinson-Shaw, and Emily Jackson.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible. What a final to start it off. And we still got another final to go. Can you even believe that? This is insane. The celebration on the side of the river, absolutely incredible. There you see the official results here for the women's final with our, as we've mentioned so many times already, our current new 2023 world champion, Sage Donnelly of the United States, with her previous junior world champion. Well done. All right, we are back here.
We're a little flustered because that was just so amazing and exciting. And we saw everyone cheering. The crowd went wild.
Yeah, these headphones, they are noise isolating, but they're not isolating enough to cancel out this insane crowd here on our left. It is absolutely incredible here. That was an incredible finals. I didn't know what to expect, and glad I didn't, because it led to some absolutely incredible results.
It really did, and all of the women really brought it, and it made it so exciting. There was Sage dominated with that one ride, which was really exciting to watch, and she's been training hard, and you heard from her directly. She wanted it. She is so happy. We saw her dad jump up and down celebrating for her. So yeah, we're excited. And next up we have the men's finals. So don't go anywhere, because if you thought that was exciting, men's finals is coming up. We're going to see some of the top men vying for the medal round, for the medal spots.
Yeah, we've got the men's K1 finals. They will be kicking off in a few minutes here at around 2:35.
We see Clay Wright, the U.S. team coach for these World Championships, seasoned competitor, so stoked for his athletes taking gold and bronze here at the 2023 World Freestyle Kayak Championships. Here comes Dane handing his sister a celebratory refreshment, and Dane getting ready to compete in the finals.
Yeah, our men's finals here coming up in just under 10 minutes at 2:35. Those will include, in current order, Tom Dahl of France, Hayden Voorhees of the United States, Alan Ward of Great Britain, Nicholas Troutman of Canada, and Dane Jackson of the United States.
So we see Dane and looks like Tom Dole hanging out before their men's finals. You're getting kind of a view of the riverside and where the coaches and athletes sit, and there's a view of the grandstands. Folks are getting ready and excited for the finals. We are so thankful for all the sponsors of this current World Championships. We want to Georgia Power for releasing the water and working with this event, and many other sponsors and event volunteers, judges. So many people go into putting on an event like this.
Yeah, the HOC, the cities of Columbus, Georgia, and Phoenix City, Alabama, and of course the ICF, the International Canoe Federation, which oversees this competitive side of whitewater freestyle kayaking. They also manage slalom as one of their others, as well as sprint kayaking.
Yeah, so we'll just take a moment to read through some of our sponsors. Uptown Columbus Incorporated, W.C. Bradley Company, Georgia Power, Global Payment Systems, Synovus, Aflac, the Coca-Cola Company, Columbus Sports Council, Salt Life, Beam Communications, Whitewater Express,
Michelob Ultra, Visit Columbus, Georgia, Merrick and Company, Columbus, Georgia Chamber of Commerce, Ram Hospitality, Philanthropic Support, Piranha Kayaks, Scott Bridge Company, Columbus Waterworks, Maximum Hospitality, Standard Concrete Products, Law Office of Gary Bruce, PMB Broadcasting, Victor Ply Warner Oars, East Alabama Chamber, Alabama Power, Highside Market, and the Cotton Companies, as well as special support, as we mentioned, from the cities of Columbus, Georgia, and Phoenix City, Alabama. It's incredible to see all of these, not only these paddlers out here, the fans that are out here, but also the fact that these sponsors, these organizations, these businesses, these cities, these towns are willing to support this incredible sport, because without them, we honestly wouldn't be able to do what we do here to show this sport off to the world the way we currently do.
Yeah, and if you have not been to Columbus or Phoenix City yet, come on down, especially if you are a paddler. The water is awesome. There's a river run. There are several different play features at different levels. There's an awesome paddling community here in Columbus, Georgia, and the town is right there, so you can go to your favorite cafe, get a latte, and then head out to the water and have some fun on the water. So there is a lot going on, and actually today, after the competition, after closing ceremonies, there is a music festival happening. Rush South Music Festival. I know a lot of the athletes and audience are looking forward to heading over to that music festival after the competition is done. The music festival lasts through the weekend, and so there's a lot to do here in Columbus.
Yeah, and if you're looking to grab your tickets for the music festival this weekend, head over to rushsouthfest.com, grab yourself some tickets, join the festivities, say hi to some of the athletes, as we're all going to be participating, hanging out throughout the weekend, having a good time after the World Championships. So come on out here, enjoy the music, enjoy the river, enjoy the city. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, we've really enjoyed being here, and also shout out to the locals who are volunteering for this event. There's several locals who are scribing, who are helping with boat check-in. All the athletes during the competition needed to check in their boats before competition. There's folks, keeping when the rain happened, keeping all the equipment dry, the stands dry. So there's a lot of folks doing good work out here, and we appreciate it.
Yeah, and right now we're getting a nice view of the Riverside mural, and just above it, the slow setup of what is going to be the music festival later tonight, with all of the concession stands. You see some guitar stands there, selling some guitars, some food trucks. We're actually all going to go check that up a little later after the closing ceremonies, which this brings me to, we'll go back over our current schedule for the rest of the day here. It is currently 2:24 local Eastern time. We will be starting off with our men's finals, the last event of these World Championships, at 2:35 p.m. We will then have the medals and other ceremonies, which will include the Danny O'Brien Award at 3:50 p.m., followed by the Women's K1 medal ceremony and Men's K1 medal ceremony at 4 o'clock. And closing it all off will be the official ICF Freestyle Canoe World Championships closing ceremonies at 4:20. And we are back here on the screen.
We are back here on the screen. What I wanted to say was what you were looking at was the river walk, as Zach was mentioning. And this Columbus and Phoenix City, there used to be a dam here on the river above the feature. And they decided to revitalize the river, create this feature called Good Wave, and create a beautiful river walk. And now I've seen lots of people running, cycling, hanging out along the river and along that river walk. And I've seen this all over the country, how these whitewater parks, whitewater revitalization projects have really helped to bring more people to the river and create these beautiful greenways and green spaces by the river for folks to enjoy.
Yeah, it's amazing to see these kinds of projects pop up all over the world. We're excited to have more places to paddle, more places to visit, more places to host these kinds of events. That's the type of thing there's no way to complain about, is whenever we see, especially when a community is so involved in wanting to see that sport, wanting to see that community join the town and local communities.
Yeah, it looks like the sun was just trying to come out, which would be really nice. We've had a lot of rain and mist over the last few days, which of course, kayaking is the best sport to do when it's raining, because you're going to get wet anyway.
Yeah,
and so
exactly.
a lot of us here are okay with the rain. It is nice to see the sun come out a little bit, and the crowd is excited for the next round.
Yeah, we are just under 10 minutes away from kicking off the last event here, the men's finals. We'll go over the list of paddlers in this event here just for you guys currently viewing during this break. Coming up in the reverse seed order is Tom Dolly of France, Hayden Voorhees of the United States, Alan Ward of Great Britain, Nicholas Troutman of Canada, and Dane Jackson of the United States.
Zach, what's been your favorite moment from today so far?
Honestly, I think it was the finals we just witnessed. That was hard to beat. It's really hard. It's hard to explain how you can almost feel the emotion coming from these paddlers when you see their interviews, when you see them celebrate after their runs. The feeling is hard to beat, and you almost feel it coming from the area. The whole river kind of has this feeling of success, of sadness, of happiness. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I think my favorite was watching Sage's winning run, the run that she scored the highest on. We know she could put down that ride. She hadn't yet in competition so far. And I got really excited to see her pull out the ride she needed, the best ride she could, the ride she knew she had in her. It's just so exciting and satisfying, not only for them, but also for us watching.
Yeah, and if you guys weren't here to watch that ride, that was Sage Donnelly's second ride of the finals that just happened. So feel free to rewind real quick, go have a look at those, and then come right back here for men's finals. It was an incredible moment if you missed it.
Incredible moment. Highly recommend rewatching the women's the women's finals.
All right, also going through another little background on this event in general. The Chattahoochee River, which is where the event is hosted, it's a beautiful spot, paddleable all year round, rafts going down, paddlers, it's just absolutely gorgeous. It's a huge waterway with headways located all the way up in the Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina, flows around 690 kilometers, eventually emptying into the Gulf of Mexico. In the 1850s, civic leaders installed dams throughout the river to generate hydroelectric power for the surrounding textile mills. As these industries waned over the next century, community leaders faced a crossroads in the early 2000s. That led to, considering through the planning, they made a bold and audacious decision to remove 2 of the dams, which for anyone who pays attention to rivers, as paddlers especially, it is very rare for that to happen. The fact that was something that they pushed for and they got accomplished is incredible, and again, extremely rare for the restoration of these waterways. It restored the flows, to a 2.5 mile section of the river adjacent to the urban core, and created a perfect venue for a world-class rafting and whitewater waterways, which is exactly right here. It's absolutely incredible to see that. Having the community want to, and local industry and local business, and we had in the opening ceremonies both mayors from both Phoenix City, Alabama, and Columbus, Georgia, show their support for the event. They looked so happy to have all of us here from around the world. That type of support is honestly extremely hard to come by, and really nice to see over here.
And I know that a lot of the locals, I spoke to a representative from Phoenix City. She said the locals are very proud to be hosting this event. I know a lot of the locals from Columbus as well are very proud to host such an international world championships. And I have to say it's a pretty awesome feature. Yes, it's tricky. Yes, we've seen heartbreak, and that happens at any competition.
Yeah, we actually saw throughout the weeks leading up to this, going to different coffee shops, checking out some of the local stores, trying some of the new local restaurants. A lot of the locals, people, waitresses, other people hanging around in the same area, were also talking about the event. They were asking, "Where are you from? What are you up? What are you guys doing?" And we're like, "Come check this out event. It is absolutely incredible." But we're currently going to wrap it up here as we move on, waiting for the men's finals. We'll talk to you later. In the meantime, this has been Zachary Zwanenberg
and Anna Levesque from Mind Body Paddle. Thanks
see you
for
in a bit.
listening. Stay tuned for men's finals.
Our next paddler athlete, Hayden, is going to be from Great Britain, Alan Ward. Alan has traveled all over the world. I remember seeing him in Uganda years ago, and I see him all the time flying at the Herman Classic. I remember watching Alan was one of the first paddlers I saw. That Herman wave is at a dam, with 2 or 3 kind of waves right next to each other with a small break in between them. I remember watching Alan, one of the first paddlers I ever saw, jumping over the ribs from one wave into the other, doing tricks in the air, and then landing it in the hole next to it. Alan has been paddling for a long time. He's a strong competitor. He can do all these tricks. And he won his way into the 3rd place spot coming out of the semifinals. Who's next, David?
All right, I am Anna Bruno. Zach Zwangenberg's taking a brief break, and he'll be back with us shortly as we are just minutes away from our men's final, our final event here at this 2023 ICF Freestyle World Championship. We have 5 paddlers who have earned their way into these top 5 spots, all competing for gold, silver, and bronze atop the podium. Up first will be Tom Dole out of France, followed by Hayden Voorhees of the United States, Alan Ward from Great Britain, Nick Troutman of Canada, and Dane Jackson of the United States. It has been an amazing day so far. Lots of heartbreak, lots of joy, lots of upset and surprises. It's a dynamic feature here, and anything can happen. These 5 competitors have 3 rides, 45 seconds each. Only one single top score is needed to secure a spot atop that podium.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been incredible to see all these paddlers coming out here. This next coming up final is absolutely stacked. Leading up to this, we saw many surprises that nobody here really expected to see, but I think it's either way, no matter what, will result in an absolutely fantastic finals, as it always does at these World Championships events.
It is. You know, it's unusual to have the final this early in the day. Back in Spain, we actually had the final. I believe we've just lost our feed there. I'm not sure if you guys can still hear us, but I'm going to keep chattering away. We lost. We are back. Temporary glitch there, as it happens. But yeah, you know, in Argentina and Spain, we saw late evening finals, but here on the East Coast of the United States, it's nice that we have this final at a time when all of you watching in Europe are here as well. You don't have to stay up too late to get to follow along all of the action.
Yeah, you'll have your local supporters in the UK and France for Tom Dahl and Alan Ward. These are our two paddlers from overseas currently in the finals. The other ones are Hayden Voorhees, Dane Jackson of the United States, and Nick Troutman of Canada.
Yeah, so Tom Dahl, talented athlete. You know, he was a C1 world champion, a junior world champion. He competed in this event in the OC1 as well as the C1. He was in the finals for OC1 earlier this week, and then he has been out here and he has put down consistently some of the highest scores in the competition. He snuck his way into this final, and I know that he's going to be wanting to claim a spot on the podium. So Tom Dahl, Hayden Voorhees, Alan Ward, Nick Troutman, and Dane Jackson. So I can see Tom in the eddy. That means we are just moments away from head judge Shep's thumbs up. The wind is kicking up here in Columbus. We were promised a 80-degree day, but I'm appreciating this overcast weather.
All right, we're going to be introducing in just a moment here Tom Dahl of France.
Hey, my name is Tom Dahl. I'm representing France.
There we go. Tom just...
Hey, my name is Tom Dahl. I'm representing France, and vive la France!
All right, that was Tom Dahl of France. He is ready to roll, ready for his first ride. He's going to open up these finals of the World Championships. He got the thumbs up from the head judge, and he's about to drop in.
2023 ICF Freestyle World Championships men's finals, ride number 1. First competitor Tom Dahl hits the water, starts it off with a huge air screw, and then catches his bow and is able to surf that around and retain the wave. Going for an air screw the other direction, a little bit wide on that landing, but pulls it off as he goes right into a huge Pan Am, following it up with a helix. You can see Tom sitting far back there, and unfortunately just flushing off the wave early in his ride.
Yeah, that's okay. In these finals, as we mentioned in the women's finals, it is 3 rides. Your best one counts. You get a few more tries than you would in previous rounds. And next up, we are going to be introducing, out of the United States, one of 2 paddlers from that country, Hayden Voorhees. All right, we are moments away. They are about to show us Hayden's quick little intro video. This is a new addition to the competition. Awesome little feature on each one of these athletes.
Hi, my name is Hayden Voorhees. I'm representing the United States of America. We got nothing to lose, so let's go.
I believe what he was also trying to say is, hi, Mom, hi, Dad, thanks so much, I love you a lot. No, just teasing, but yeah, he's ready to throw down. 960-point ride earlier today. I've seen him score over 1,000 points on this wave, and I think he can do it again. So representing Kayak Brewing out of Boise, Idaho, as he drops onto this wave.
All right, Hayden looking to start it up with a flip turn to the right, seeing if he can get some of those points on the boards, going for the full helix the same direction. Shaking the water out of his eyes there, going for the helix the other direction, managing to retain the feature. This is looking to be a solid start to his ride, spinning his way, trying to get some little clean bonuses in there as he jumps right into an air screw. Looking for his next pass into the air screw the other direction, stays on the feature, flipping around into a beautiful backstab. Getting popped up just a wee little bit on his stern and pulled right out of the feature.
Yeah, a wee little wheelie there. But yeah, you can see that was enough to take over Tom's score, but it's not going to be the ride that Hayden is looking for or the ride that he needs to get him onto the podium. Luckily, 3 rides, 2 counts. So these competitors get a little bit of breathing room here until that pressure is on. They'll be going in reverse order of their finish, and our next paddler will be Alan Ward of Great Britain. So Alan, I think, surprising some, making his way into this final here, but also not. A longtime competitor, longtime British team member. His dad, Tim, used to be the British team manager, and I believe we're about to get his little intro here any minute.
we're just waiting for the official scores here. Alan Ward will be our next paddler here out of Great Britain.
Looks like Hayden's score coming in at 716.67 points. So that will be the ride that Alan is looking to top at the very least.
I'm Alan Ward, I'm Great Britain, and I'm going to beat Dane Jackson.
Those are some fighting wards from Alan Ward.
Gauntlet
he
thrown.
is ready to fight. He's got the gloves on. He's got his paddle ready as he's going to drop into his first ride here.
So Alan, a Hurley local, paddles there pretty much almost as often as it runs, and he is going to be showing that expertise here today as he starts off with a huge air screw, so snappy, right into a blunt, not even taking a breath as he goes right into that back blunt, looking to link it up, going for the air screw the other direction. Alan looking to get the K-wire, that blunt McNasty in his earlier ride, and he's going to be looking for that today. He got that back stab, maybe a back roundhouse on that pass, going for a flip turn, maybe looking for the helix. Alan just kind of feeling out the wave here as he goes to go for that clean back stab, getting the air, getting those paddles higher to the water to show off that bonus. Back blunt the other direction, going right into the air screw again. Strong competitive ride from Alan.
Yeah, again, that wave just bubbling him up right off the top there at the end of that nice air screw. It has been doing that to almost everybody today at random times, so it is unpredictable, and we have no idea what's going to happen here at this competition.
It's true. It's been kind of fun to hear the competitors and the judges and everyone talking about, hey, maybe there's some room to change up the way things work in freestyle to better suit dynamic features such as this one. You know, we've been running our semis and our preliminaries in heats of 10, but right now we are in the top 5, and our next paddler will be Nick Troutman out of Canada.
Yeah, Nick Troutman of Canada, fellow teammate, absolutely incredible paddler, also an amazing person on the river, always positive, always trying to help people out no matter the situation. He is here waiting for the thumbs up from the judges here.
I'm Nick Troutman, I'm from Canada, and grateful for this awesome life I get to live.
See, as we literally just mentioned,
awesome.
That exact example of how he is on the microphone. He is lining up for his first ride here. He came out of semis with an absolutely incredible ride, but breaking over the 1,000 point mark. He's going to be looking to replicate that and go even bigger here in the finals.
That's right,
as he drops in.
Nick on the shore cheering on wife Emily, who just secured a bronze medal, and it is now his time to shine. Huge air screw to start that off. Air screw, repeating that trick, maybe going for a donkey flip. Oh my gosh, almost losing that paddle. We have just seen so many athletes plagued by that. Air screw the other direction. So much amplitude on that, going for the blunt, catching his breath on that trick, using that blunt as a recovery trick. Wow, what a legend. Going for the blunt, maybe the pin in the other direction. Beautiful air under that trick. Back blunt the other way from nice and high on the pile. That curler just sending him shooting into the air there. Going for the Felix to the right, maybe a helix. Going for the pistol flip. Oh, and unfortunately just catching his edge on that move.
Yeah, that was a great ride here. It's been pretty consistent first rides here from these paddlers here in the finals. We have up next, though, is going to be Dane Jackson. He's going to be looking to show that even though everybody's consistent, he's still going to break that pattern. He's going to go as high, as big as he can.
He wants to set the bar, right?
Yeah.
He wants to set the bar in terms of highest score of the day, highest score of the competition, and the score just to beat to get that gold medal.
And I believe he does currently have the highest score, if not one of the highest scores in the competition, with an over 1,500 point ride earlier this week.
Absolutely mental.
My name's Dane Jackson from USA. Cannot wait to get this going.
Yeah, he's hyped.
He's hyped. He's always hyped. And one of the, I think, the rare things about Dane is just his ability to feed off of the energy of a competition, to feed off of everyone else's results. He wants to see his friends do their best, but he also knows he wants he wants those big points. He wants those big tricks. He's looking for the bonuses, and he's coming to get them.
Yeah, Dane dropping into good wave here as the sun comes out over Columbus, Georgia. Goes for the blunt, almost gets flushed out, maybe potentially dropping his paddle there. Still coming back, starting out with a huge left Pan Am. The wave's been really interesting today. He's going for the nice big air screw, going for air screw the other direction here. He's going to go move to move to move with that incredible huge Pan Am into the backstab here, looking for that helix. Maybe going for the helix the other direction as he's already scored the first one. There it is. Look, maybe turning it into a bit of a flip turn, recovering beautifully in the feature. He is not stopping. He's got under 10 seconds left, starting with a beautiful pistol flip.
Huge. Going
into a right air blunt, maybe pistol flip the other direction.
I'd like to say this is about as much as you could ever see Dane struggle on this wave, and he still just put down a 1,200 point ride.
That was incredible. There he is, looking for those grips on his paddle. He's like, yeah, I know, it is still there.
Yeah.
I had a little bit of a moment, but it's still there.
Yeah, Dane actually choosing that shorter double diamond paddle instead of like the more powerful creaking blades for this feature, because he is saying, a lot of people have been losing their paddles in practice. So right now, our current leaderboard at the end of round number 1 of this men's final event here in the World Championship. Alan Ward with 7:33, Hayden with 7:16, Nick Troutman 6:83, and Tom Dole with 4:26. I'm almost positive Dane Jackson is going to move to the very top of that leaderboard once those scores have been finalized. And then all of these competitors will have 2 more tries to put down their top scoring ride.
Exactly, yeah, we're just waiting for these scores. It takes a little while for these judges to fully tabulate these rides sometimes. There's a lot of back and forth figuring out. There it is. It locks in at a 12:50 on his first ride.
Respectable.
Quite good. Very impressive, especially after he dropped the paddle there, which, recovering from that and being able to score anything is impressive, let alone a 12:50.
Really unusual to see Dane start his ride with just a blunt, no bonuses, just like a regular blunt. So you could see that was that recovery trick for him. But for those of you just joining us, I'm Anna Bruno.
I'm Zach Swanenberg out of Canada.
This is the second round of our men's kayak final, our last event of this World Championship, and it has been an exciting week. It's been an exciting day.
Yeah, these World Championships events are always a highlight of every second year, including the World Cups and the years in between. So we are like excited, but also sort of sad that this is coming to an end. But what is definitely not sad and only exciting is Tom Dolly of France coming in for his second ride, looking for maybe that first pass, not quite getting the bounce he was looking for. There it is, going into that crazy snappy air screw. He might be looking for the air screw the other direction, not quite getting again. This is replicating that weird pop. The wave has this weird section in the middle where it can smooth out and kill the momentum of your boat as you're dropping down.
It's true, those curlers just keep crashing on you, and it makes it hard to stay in control. But Tom going from that backstab right into the air screw the other direction, right into that beautiful Pan Am, really just working the rotation on those tricks as he goes for a back Pan Am, following it right up there, moving seamlessly trick to trick, trying for that flip turn and really getting bubbled on this trip. Can he save it? He can save it. Fantastic. He's got 4 seconds left to put down one more big trick. He's going for that clean blunt, maybe the blunt, looking for the McNasty, and unfortunately he's going to be spinning it around on the buzzer. He's got one more ride to see if he can break into that top 3.
Yeah, Tom Dolly currently sitting in the 5th place position with his first ride of 4:26. We'll have to wait and see what that second ride finishes and locks in at. But meanwhile, while we wait for that, we're going to be going on to our next paddler here, Hayden Voorhees. Hayden through a great first ride of 7:16, currently having him in that 3rd place position.
I'd like to say that, Hayden and Tom have spent a ton of time actually living together out of the same vehicle at one point in time, exploring the big waves of Stakeout. And it's just so fun that they get to be here competing alongside each other in this final. It's just an incredible global community that Whitewater has created.
Yeah, Stakeout being this incredible springtime rush where paddlers from around the world move all the way up north into northern regions of Canada looking for the biggest waves they can find all spring. If you haven't seen any of that, look up some videos online. It is absolutely mind-blowing.
And what I love about it is now that you've got a Finnish stakeout in the waves of Lapland, you've got like an English stakeout when some of the waves on the Thames and on the Trent come in. It's a term that has kind of just been taken and applied to that search for big waves. We even have a southern fried stakeout here in Columbus. When this river hits levels above 40,000 CFS. So right now we've got around 8,000. So if you can picture that much more water, there's some even more incredible waves that form. But right now, dropping onto good wave, Hayden Voorhees of Boise, Idaho, US of A.
Yeah, he's dropping in. He's looking to best his first ride. A fairly respectable and good first ride that has him in the third place spot right now. Looking for that first trick, not quite getting the pass again. We've seen that happen a few times here on Good Wave today as people are looking for
that was
super
huge.
Snappy. Unfortunately, flushing off on the left shoulder.
Can he save it? Can he save it? No. So Hayden, having one of our most consistent competitors this competition, I'd say, with just really good rides, and you can see even all of our top competitors are finding that struggle point a little bit. You know, young Mason Hargrove out of Columbus, Georgia, unfortunately not making his way into this final. I think a lot of people did want to see him there. Just a lot of very talented, very capable paddlers not quite putting down the scores we know they're capable of.
Yeah, 100%. And speaking of another consistent paddler here at every event he competes in, next up we're going to be going back to Alan Ward of Great Britain. He is always a contender anytime he competes at a World Championships, whether it's a hull, whether it's a wave, whether it's in the United States, Canada, Europe, pretty much anywhere in the world. He shows up and he puts on a challenge for the top paddlers in the world.
That's right. Alan really just representing for Team GB out here on the water. I believe Alan opted not to compete in the Masters competition, but I think it's because he's actually not quite old enough yet. But here he goes, dropping on there, starting things off with a huge Pan Am right to the left. Can he stay on the wave? You can see them really working to get that pass, going for the blunt the other direction. Again, some safe tricks to just get points on the board as they set up and find their way in this wave. Beautiful backstab to the right, maybe getting the clean bonus on that, maybe getting some air, trying to rack up those points even with these first 3 or 4 tricks, going right into that air screw that he does so well. Surfing around here, a huge air screw the other direction, right into a flip turn, going right into the blunt, looking for the KY. Can he pull the McNasty around? Oh! Just missing that flush line.
Yeah, not quite pulling around that McNasty at the end. Does not look, from what we saw, like it's going to beat his first ride of 7:33.33, which currently has him in the third place position.
You know, you almost expect to see every athlete's scores go up round after round, but it's not always the case, right? This has been a long week. Today's been a big day. There hasn't been a ton of break time in between rides. There hasn't been a lot of time for athletes to go back and recalibrate their rides. You know, you've kind of just got to say, hey, what did I score? What did I not score? And just make those micro adjustments on the fly.
Yeah, exactly. Right now we're back to Nick Troutman, who's currently on the opposite side of the leaderboard as his brother-in-law Dane Jackson, but he doesn't want that to be the thing. He's going to go right back to the top. He's going to push himself, get those rides that we saw earlier this morning. Again, he was one of the few paddlers that was breaking the 1,000 point rides this morning in the prelims.
Yeah, Nick putting down huge rides in training all week, ton of consistency as he throws around that Dreamboats carbon kayak made here in Columbus by Stephen Wright. So as Nick goes to drop onto the wave, throwing it down with a huge air screw, just really throwing his feet into the air there. He goes and repeats that trick to get that donkey flip. So points on the board right away for Nick Troutman. Going for a donkey flip or an air screw the other direction. What will he do next? Up, going for that big air blunt. Following it up with a nice back Pan Am. So controlled here as he goes for that other blunt. Catching his breath as he goes right into the next back blunt. Going for that helix, that was huge. Can he stick the wave? Yes, he can. Right into the helix the other direction. Absolute domination from Nick Troutman. I can hear his mom Paula on the cowbell as he goes for the blunt McNasty. Maybe not getting the air, but still pulling it around. Wow, what a ride for Nick. He watched his wife Emily bust out the McNasty, and they looked right at each other and said, your turn next.
Yeah, 100%. That was an incredible ride from Nick Troutman. That is the type of ride he was looking for. We'll see if it's enough to dethrone currently leader Dane Jackson with a 1250.
Oh, that was huge.
It looks like it was so close. That was absolutely incredible ride. Every one of his tricks, textbook.
Yeah, let's not forget that Nick was a world champion in 2007 at the Toon World Championships, one of the last time there was a Wave Worlds, and as well as a medalist in Canada on Garburator on his home wave. So Nick, no stranger to waves, absolute stellar competitor, and just an absolute gem of a human. Look at that, going for that casual roundhouse, backing it right up as he goes into the McNasty. I think he does pull that around, and that is a 300, 400-point trick. Amazing job from Nick Troutman.
All right, next up here, dropping in is Dane Jackson. Nick Troutman's ride not quite making it above Dane's. He's came in with a 12-13-33, so close to that 12-15. Let's see if Dane, if Dane wants to. He's going to looking to put more distance between those scores. He sees that threat. He does not want that to continue.
That's right. And I think Dane just feeds off of other people's success, and so he's stoked for Nick, and he's going to just use that to fire up this ride. Dane starting off with a huge air screw, not losing his paddle on that one, following up with the air screw the other direction. Beautiful green wave as he goes for that huge Pan Am. Every trick getting these bonuses, back blunt, catching his breath there, going right into a Pan Am the other direction. Dane this year putting down a 6-trick combo, and he's not even close to that yet, going for that helix, maybe getting a Felix out of that. Helix the other direction. There was definitely air under his boat on that one. Big, clean air blunt, right into that pistol flip. He just has that trick on lock, going right into the back blunt, maybe a back Pan Am, and he is working. He's still got 10 seconds left, a huge air blunt, and he's going to want to try and look for that either blunt McNasty or the other pistol flip on the buzzer. Wow.
Yeah, and we said earlier that he was going to look to put more distance between between Nick's ride and his, and he just did exactly that. The score is bouncing just over the 1,300 mark. Absolutely incredible. That opening air screw from Dane, I think, is the biggest we've seen at this competition. I think it was that size was previously held by Sam Duff of Canada earlier this year.
I would say Mason.
Mason also had one of the most insane ones. Some of his tricks just flew higher than the wave at times.
They really did. You know, Dane representing Team Send there also, and so, oh, there we go. He has upped his score, 1363.33. Followed by brother-in-law Nick Troutman of Canada, 12-13-33, and then that third place position right now is Tom Dole with a 740. Tom knows that he is still vulnerable, but it is about to be his time to shine as we move into our third and final rides of this World Championship.
Yeah, this is exciting here. We can feel the energy in the crowd as everyone's anticipating this last moment of this week, all accumulating to these last rides. It's essentially going to be 10 minutes.
That's right. It's like it takes so long to get here, and then all of a sudden it's almost over. And so, I mean, there's just been so many highlights this week. I think one of the big ones for me has been the men's C1 final, in which Seth Chappelle of the United States took gold with a huge ride. The junior women put down some epic rides yesterday with McKinley Kate Hargrove taking the win. Yesterday's junior men's final was amazing with Tim Reese taking his second consecutive gold as a junior. There's just been new records set across the board here. Momentous, historic first medals for many countries, and we still have 5 rides to go.
Yeah,
only 5 rides to go.
It's like, we say we still got, but it's only 5 rides. And here comes Tom Dahl. He is going for his last rides at this year's World Championship. He's hyping up the crowd. The crowd is hyping him up. He is ready to drop in. What can he do? Tom's currently in third place position, as you'd mentioned, in that bubble, in a rather dangerous spot. He needs to score bigger. He needs to go as big as he can, and we know he can.
And I know, yeah, I'm looking for a 1,000-point ride out of young Tom Dole of France here as he goes right for air screw, getting a little bit caught on his edge. It's all right. He still has a lot of time to make up those points because most importantly, he has retained the feature. That's right. Tricks can only be scored in that wave, and so you really have to make the most of your time on it. Big air blunt right there. Let's see, what is he going to go for? Trying for that helix and just struggling to throw it from the bottom of the wave. going for a clean blunt into maybe a back Pan Am or a pistol flip. Just missing his edge there, going for that helix to the right, trying for the helix the other way. You know, the sun has just come out in full force here, I think blinding these paddlers. Clean blunt, following it up with a pistol flip on the buzzer. So not the ride he was looking for, but still it seems to me that he will have raised the bar slightly and made it just a little bit harder to knock him out of medal position.
Yeah, as we've seen so many times this week, just a 50-point differential can be enough to make the difference. We saw C1 finals, all top three were within 80 points of each other.
That's right. You know, it's just every ride people get better here. And the competition, the pressure just keeps building. So again, Tom, not his best ride of the comp, but solid scores. I see Hayden clapping for him, cheering his teammate on as he gets ready to go and see if he can go knock Tom out of a medalist position. So Hayden getting a bit caught out after that helix on his last ride, consistently putting down big scores all week. I know that Mom Jody, Dad Mike are watching right now, as is all of Boise, Idaho, representing Kayak Brewing there on that beautiful Hobson kayaks. Hayden ferrying out to the wave. This is the moment.
Yeah, this is the moment. Hayden currently in the 5th place position. He wants a medal. He wants the top 3 spot. Can he do it? Here is his time to shine as he drops into good wave, starting off with a beautiful helix.
Linking it up with a shove it there.
Yeah, exactly. Gotta grab those link points wherever you can. You'd be amazed on how much that can be worth. And an unfortunate flush off of the air screw. He still claims it. He is top 5 in the world. Well done to Hayden Voorhees of the United States. Let's have a look at this replay here as we'll see some of his first trick here with that
helix.
My
God, just such a steezy helix. You know, I got to paddle with Hayden out in Idaho this summer. He actually works for the Kelly's Whitewater Academy, teaching other kids how to enjoy the river up in Cascade, Idaho, alongside brothers Alec and Connor. And so he's just out there paddling every day he can, giving back. And I heard that he just passed his test to become a firefighter. So really, really well done, Hayden. He's got a lot to celebrate today.
Yeah, definitely. And next up, we have another person who has a lot to celebrate, but he wants even more to celebrate. Alan Ward with his last ride. He is currently in 4th place position. He needs to beat a score of Tom Dole's last ride, which was 8:18:33, to make it onto the podium spot. Here comes Alan Ward on his last ride of these World Championships.
That's right. Alan in semifinals putting down over a 960-point ride, which he will be looking to repeat that ride there, starting off with a blunt, backing it up into a back blunt, retaining control as this wave is changing around him, going for a blunt the other direction, spinning it up with that little bit of a back roundhouse, but cleaning it up, going right into the air screw and surfing over to that green shoulder of the wave. You can see how much that wave is surging over his head. Beautiful air screw the other direction, going into a big flip turn there to the left, maybe trying for the one to the other direction there. I totally got my lefts and rights mixed up. That's how fast this is moving.
Yeah, 100%. He's got a few seconds left, 10 seconds left as he's trying to bump that score up. Goes for the helix, doesn't quite stick the helix.
And unfortunately bobbles it off. He knows it probably wasn't the ride he needed, but still claiming it.
Yeah, that was Alan Ward's last ride. We are waiting right now on the scores here.
Will that have been enough to knock Tom Dole out of a medal position? 818.33 was the score Alan needed to beat. Tom's looking a bit nervous and anxious there. Let's see, his mom giving him a big hug and kiss there. I believe Dad Bruno watching from afar.
We're moments away from finding out if Tom has secured himself that bronze medal.
I believe that zone he's in right now is called the kiss and cry.
Yes, that is, I can fully understand that one. And there it is. Tom Dole maintains his 3rd place position, getting that bronze medal as Alan Ward's 3rd ride comes in with a 6:83.33.
Oh my goodness. So right now, Nick Troutman knows that he is in at the very least a silver medal position. Can he take the gold from brother-in-law Dane Jackson?
All right, there he goes with the flush on the air screw.
And he claims it.
He's still hyped.
It doesn't matter. He is a silver medalist here at this World Championship, which means that Dane Jackson once again has won his 5th senior men's world title.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Congratulations to all the athletes out here. Nick's second ride being the one that puts him into that second place position. There you see
Dane giving Dad EJ a hug, probably going to go give girlfriend Chloe or fiance Chloe a bit of a kiss right there. She's been out here all week cheering him on, as well as all of the other competitors. It's just been so fun to watch her and so many of the other people that are like, I have no idea what this sport is, but it sure is cool.
Oh yeah, and I feel like we have to thank the audience. There it is. I feel we have to thank the audience and all the other people, families, friends, and other paddlers that support here. If you've been in the stands at all, it's just constant cheers for everybody. Everyone just wants to see good kayaking. It doesn't matter from who.
I don't know, Hayden's carrying Dane's boat here. He's like, Dane, you still have a ride to do.
Yeah,
you still
just
have
go do
one more
it.
ride. At World Cups, Dane actually went in and did a victory lap. He did not use his paddle for his last ride and still put down around 800 points.
I don't see a paddle anywhere near his boat.
Yeah, Hayden didn't carry the paddle
I don't think Hayden
over.
did that. I think Hayden did that maybe on purpose.
I'd like to say that EJ, for once, Dane's dad there, also a multiple-time world champion, is for once wearing shorts.
It's true. That's first
It's not
for him.
Thursday, yeah. So Dane, what a legend. He is stoked. That Red Bull helmet representing Team Send, Team Red Bull. Oh, I called it.
There's the hand paddles.
I called it. Hand paddles. I've never met anybody that I think gets as much joy from the river or as much love of kayaking as this man right here. So no matter what he's doing, no matter where he is, Dane is having the most fun. And this ride, you know, I respect it. It also hurts a little bit.
I wonder, does anybody remember? Do you remember last year's his score, hand paddle score at all?
It was around 800 points.
All right, let's see if he can beat his own hand paddle record here on Good Wave.
Huge air screws going right into the back blunt there, showing that it's all about your edge control, your body position, your awareness. The paddles are just a bonus.
Yeah, he's going for that Pan Am.
How did he do that? You can just see the body rotation there. He's just having the best time as he surfs it around. Dane, you know, as a kid, was made to hand surf all of the biggest, scariest features, and it has just clearly given him the confidence and boat skills that he needs to do it no matter where he is, to say that even if I lose my paddle, it doesn't matter.
Goes for a helix with the hands. How do you do that?
Of course he does. Dane lost his, and a back Pan Am. That was awesome.
That was incredible. Absolutely last ride. He didn't beat last year's hand paddle record, but still.
I made that up. I don't know.
Okay, we'll see.
I think it was around 700 points.
But that was incredible. That was an absolutely mind-blowing finals. We don't even need to wait for the official scores here to list your current medalists for the 2023 ICF Canoe Freestyle World Championships. Those medalists are, in the bronze position, Tom Dolly of France. In the silver position, the third silver for Canada this year, Nick Troutman. In first, taking the world champion title for 2023, your very own Dane Jackson out of the United States.
Dane just making his way back into the eddy with those hand paddles, huge grin on his face, saying a thank you to the safety boaters, congratulating all the other competitors out there. Wow, what a world championship.
All right, looks like we're going to be transitioning very shortly into some awesome interviews here with some of the medalists. We see Hojo, our head broadcaster here, just walking around the edges, trying to organize everything, getting things set up. Everyone organizing this event this week has been incredible. It's been an amazing event, absolutely amazing venue.
Massive thank you to all of the sponsors and volunteers and the judges working overtime to make this happen. All of the city of Columbus out here building these grandstands, getting up some shade and rain coverage, to the security guards watching the island at night, making sure that everyone's boats stay safe, to all of the spectators, both here on the live stream as well as in person. This has just been such a fun event. There's been so many athlete socials, there's been dinners, there's been medal ceremonies. It's just been a fantastic place to host a world championship, and just a great place to go kayaking. I know that I'll be back.
Yeah, 100%, and it's still not done here. Later on today and tomorrow, we've got the Rush South Music Festival. Looks like we're about to transition here into an interview with Hojo and our current world champion, Dane Jackson.
All right, Dane, another world championship. Now tell us, What's more frightening, hand paddling or having Tom Dole run at you with a bottle of champagne?
Pretty equal, but I would hate to say that. I wouldn't say that's the first time he's done that before.
All right, how many does this make? How many? What? How many world championships does this make?
That's my 5th senior.
5th senior, and how many juniors did you get?
1.
1, so 6 world championships for you. What makes this one special?
Honestly, in the end, just any world championship is awesome because we got to kayak with so many incredible people. This one, I tied with my dad last time now to get the chance to compete with him here. Both of us pursuing our 5th. But then to be in finals, it was like some of the most exciting rounds. Each round felt like anybody could make it, and that's what I love about waves like this. It's an ultimate competition wave, and I was just so stoked to compete with everyone. And in the end, win or lose, it was always going to be a good time.
Alrighty, I know that you compete all over the world, and you do things all over in whitewater. What is next for Dane Jackson?
Give myself a few days to relax, reset, and then right into race season.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, your new world champion from the United States, Dane Jackson.
Well, congratulations to Dane Jackson and all the other medalists and competitors at this year's World Championships. We've been saying it so much, but it's been an incredible week out here. And to end it with this finals and a sunny day here in Columbus, Georgia, and Phoenix City, Alabama, what else could we ask for?
That's true. This has just been a fantastic week of competition, a beautiful venue, incredible river, a fantastic welcoming town and community. It has just been absolutely incredible. For those of you who have just tuned in, well, you may have missed the action, but don't worry, you can go back and watch it live. It's just been an amazing week.
Yeah, all of the live streams from this week are available to watch on Planet Canoe's official YouTube channel. Go to the live tab, rewatch any of the events you want, clip them, share them. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, so I love seeing the camaraderie out here.
Yeah, it's amazing to see this.
Well, here we are, Zach. I'm Anna Bruno.
I'm Zach Swanenberg of Canada.
It's been so fun to get to watch along with the action in live time, to call these tricks, to see and cheer on these competitors here on the live stream with you all.
Absolutely, and there's still a bit more to come, so definitely stick around the stream even after we're gone. You're going to have a few of the awards and ceremonies coming up next up top. Those would include the Danny O'Brien Award, the medal ceremonies for women's K1 and men's K1, and the official 2023 ICF Canoe Freestyle World Championships closing ceremonies a little later at 4:20.
That's right. So Danny O'Brien, a head judge at last year's World Cup, who unfortunately passed away, a big presence in the Irish freestyle community as well as the global one, and him and his humor are sorely missed, and it is going to be amazing to see who they've chosen to be the first recipient of that award.
Yeah, absolutely. It is amazing to see these kinds of awards try to celebrate the paddlers that do good in our community. Yeah. There's a few of those out there, whether it's in slalom, and now we've got one in freestyle, which is amazing.
That's true. So I have been so appreciative of this entire week of competition. Zach, what else do we have to say here?
Well, other than thanking everyone here, all the spectators out here in Columbus, Georgia, we heard them even through our headsets, so absolute shout out to all of you guys. Huge shout out to everybody watching around the world online, as well as all of our sponsors for this event. You see them, some on the banner. We've listed some throughout the week. The 2 cities of Phoenix City, Alabama, and Columbus, Georgia, along with the host organization committee, and of course,
Rush South Whitewater Park.
Rush South Whitewater Park, the International Canoe Federation. So yeah, that has been an incredible World Championships this year, and
it takes a village. It takes years of work to get to this point, and you know there's a lot still to come. We've got World Cups, and the next World Championship will be in Plattling, Germany.
Yeah, absolutely. That'll be an incredible event. That'll be coming up mid to early next year for the World Cup, followed by the World Championships.
It'll be next June, but in the meantime, we still have the medal ceremony this evening, as well as those closing ceremonies, and the Rush South Music Festival.
Yeah, 100%.
So the week is not over.
No, not over for anybody. If you're in the area, come down, check out the festival, enjoy the celebration. In the meantime, I've been Zachary Swanenberg.
I'm Anna Bruno. Thank you so much for being here with the ICF 2023 Freestyle World Championship.
We'll see you next year.
just like stay at the table. Oh, yeah, so great. I think we just wait here. Yeah. He's here.
Maybe if you say something like we're going to start in a couple of minutes.
Oh,
Oh, so happy to be here. So happy you're here. So happy. Oh, I'm loving it now. Kayak 1, 2. Oh, yeah. People hanging out, having fun. That's Hunter's mom. I'm not supposed to have to buy it.
Loud maple leaf. Yeah, but let me just get in there.
So, Wallace will bring your brother.
Yes.
Alright, I'm going to open this up. She wants to get everything set. I'm like, keep going. So, James, Paul, you guys are ready? Yeah. You guys are ready? What are you? Yeah. They're here. Everyone's here.
Okay, we're all set.
ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to begin the medal ceremony and closing ceremonies of 2023 ICF World Championships. Are you guys ready for this? Ooh, that's right. Before we begin with the medal ceremony, we would like to present the Danny O'Brien Award. And presenting this Danny O'Brien Award will be Paul Shepard, head judge of the International Canoe Federation, and James O'Connor, team leader of Ireland. This is the inaugural year for the Danny O'Brien Award, named in honor of our friend Danny O'Brien. The award will be given to someone nominated by the community and chosen by a panel who has made a unique contribution to freestyle. This year's Danny O'Brien Award winner is David McClure of Ireland. A top-level athlete and competitor, David also spends his time developing grassroots entry into freestyle in Ireland. He has made a huge impact in helping many juniors find the sport. Congratulations to David McClure for the inaugural Danny O'Brien Award. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony of the 2023 ICF Freestyle World Championship women's event will begin. Ladies and gentlemen, we present the medalists for the women's event. The medals will be presented by Luis Rabanada, Vice President of the International Canoe Federation, and Andy Jones, Team Leader for United States. And the bronze medalist goes to Emily Jackson of the United States. The silver medalist is Audley Robinson Shaw from Great Britain. The gold medalist and world champion is Sage Donnelly from the United States of America. Please rise for the national anthem of the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, please show recognition for the 2023 ICF World Championships Women's Event. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony of the 2023 ICF Freestyle World Championship Men's Event will begin. Ladies and gentlemen, we present the medalists for the men's event. The medals will be presented by Luis Ramanada, Vice President of the International Canoe Federation, and Andy Jones, Team Leader for the United States of America. The bronze medalist is Tom Dole from France. The silver medalist is Nick Troutman from Canada. The gold medalist and world champion, Dane Jackson from the United States of America. Please rise for the national... Oh. Now, please rise for the national anthem of the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, please show recognition for the 2023 ICF World Championships men's event. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments, we will begin the closing ceremonies. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the closing ceremonies will begin here shortly once we get the lawn cleared. And may we have everyone please take a seat if you're in the lawn area. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the closing ceremonies. Please welcome Luis Rabanada, Vice President of the International Canoe Federation, Ed Wolverton of Uptown Columbus, and Helena Coates, Co-Chair of the Host Organizing Committee. Helena Coates will now present the Best National Federation Award. This year's award goes to the United States of America. The award will be presented to team leader Andy Jones. Now, at this time, I would like to invite Ed to share some closing remarks on behalf of Uptown Columbus and the Host Organizing Committee.
Thank you, Hojo. Good afternoon, everybody. We're so glad to have you all here in Columbus and Phoenix City. You know, 3 years ago is when our community got together and decided that we would pursue bringing the world here to Columbus and Phoenix City and the Chattahoochee Valley region to see our waters, to see our facilities, and we are so thrilled to have everybody here. Did anyone have a good time? Awesome, thank you. So we really were able to do this because we have such a great community that really pulls together for all kinds of things. And the first place we have to start is with our host committee. Over 30 community and civic leaders got together over 3 years ago to volunteer their time and effort to bring this here, and we wanted to make this the best you've ever seen. So we hope we accomplished that. If you are a host committee member, please raise your hand, and everyone look around. See those people raising their hand? Tell them all, thank you, thank you, thank you. Our corporate committee was just outstanding for stepping up and helping make this happen. Again, too many people to thank, but the W.C. Bradley Company with this fabulous facility up here at the Powerhouse, we could not have done it without them. Synovus Bank, TSYS Global Payments was another one. We had a whole host of other businesses and corporations that got involved. So if you would give them all a round of applause for helping to fund these events. And the mighty, mighty Uptown Columbus team, Tracy Green and Hannah Patchen. Tracy we told Tracy she had to wait until after the event to have her baby. So she's about 10 days out now, so thank you for your work. And some folks behind the scenes that you may not have noticed, but the guys in our purple team, our clean and team ambassadors, Peter McBroom over here, Gregory Smith. They started out their days almost every day at 6 o'clock, making sure that we were set and ready to go for that day. And quarterbacking all of this was Richard Bishop. Richard's in the very back. He's hiding. He's checking his watch. There he is. Hey, Richard. Thank you all so much. So it was really our honor to have you here. We're excited that you are here, but we are also sad that we'll be losing many of you over the next couple of days. So as you go back to your homes, tell people what a great place Columbus is. Come back again. The Wave will be here for you, and we would love to have you come back again and visit our Wave and our community. Thank you so much.
I would like to now invite Helena Coates of the Host Organizing Committee to make her closing remarks.
Hello, hello, the world. You guys, it has been such an honor and a pleasure to have you join us in our home in Columbus, Georgia, and Phoenix City, Alabama. Ed said it 3 years ago. We said, let's do this. Let's bring the world to our city and show the world what we're made of, right? Couldn't be more happy and more proud to have this event go as beautifully as it did, especially considering as early as just 10 days ago, because we've been in a drought. We didn't know we were going to have water for you guys. And yet here we are with one of the best waves in the world. So thank you very much for all of those community leaders who made magic happen and got water out of those dams down into this perfect little wave we have down here for you. I gotta quote E.J. Jackson. E.J. said as we were walking out here today, he said, "It didn't suck." Right, Ed? He said that. It didn't suck. So we're going to take that as an honor and a badge of courage for what we did here in our two communities and welcoming the world here. I was talking to Louie a little bit earlier, and he said, what makes this place unique, right, is that we get to be right here at City Center. You guys could walk into the city, into our downtown, and hit the restaurants and the bars and all of the wonderful amenities that we have to offer and to provide for you. And that is one of the things that makes this wave so unique and so different and so wonderful, I think. And so we are just super happy to be able to show it off to the world. It was actually 10 years ago when we opened up this whitewater venue. So we celebrate our 10-year anniversary with some phenomenal dreamers and leaders who made it happen. And they're sitting over here on this side, and they made magic happen, and they changed our community. So on behalf of Uptown Columbus and the city of Columbus and Phoenix City, thank you again for joining us in our home, and we hope to have you back here again very soon.
Now at this time, I would like to invite Luis Rabanada, Louis, Vice President of the International Canoe Federation, to make his closing remarks.
What a great World Championships. Congratulations, Columbus. Congratulations, because one of the best World Championships ever. And we're saying that every time, but this time it's true. One of the best. The location, the venue, the atmosphere, the social, everything has been great. A good week of paddling and a good week of friendship. I think that's what resumes this event. And I would like to say thank you to so many people, but I would like to focus in 3 groups of people that has been making this event possible. First of all, I would like to call Dan Gilbert to come here with us. As you know, Dan has been working hard for these World Championships, putting together all his energy and efforts to make it happen. So I think he deserves this recognition on behalf of the ICF and on behalf of all the freestyle community. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Also, I would like to ask Helena, on behalf of the Uptown Columbus, to receive this award of the ICF. Thank you for hosting us. Thank you for deciding to host this event. And I hope you will decide it soon for another one. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And finally, I'd like to ask Anna Lebec on behalf of ACA. As you know, ACA is our partner in USA for ICF. So ACA put together as well a lot of efforts to make it happen. And we are working and cooperating together for the bright future of canoeing sports in America. Thank you, Anna. And there is a 4th group of people that I would like to recognize before finalizing this speech. And I would like to ask all the committee members and judges to come here. Committee chaired by Terry Best. Please, all the committee members and judges, please come here to receive the recognition of your community. You should know that these guys has been working so hard for this event. On the last 6 months, every 2 weeks, had a meeting overnight discussing about how to make it better and bigger. So thank you very much. Thank you very much to the committee. And I would like to ask Terry, come here. I would like to hear a few words from you, please.
Yes, Terry.
Did you have fun, guys? Was it good? That's what matters. So thank you for everyone that contributed, and see you next year in Plattling. Cool.
Yeah, I love you, Terry.
So yeah, as Terry saying, see you next year in Plattling, Germany. And I hope I see you all there, but also much more people, because they will hear how good was here and they will come to join us. And now it's my honor to officially declare these 23 ICF Freestyle World Championships closed.
I would like now to invite Thomas Henkel, Germany, for the next nation to host the 2025 ICF Freestyle World Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the 2023 Freestyle World Championships here in Columbus, Georgia on the mighty Chattahoochee. Thank you so much for coming. We invite you all to stick around at 5 p.m. for the social to follow.